You have to have visionaries. You know, you have to have people that will think outside of the norm.
We're getting access to viewpoints and to people and to connection that we never, ever would have.
We have to believe change is possible in order to bring it about.
Having integrity in yourself and in your work, that is success.
We are our own leaders. We all are responsible for the change that we want to see.
It's about a broader question of representation. Who gets to define how we see the world?
It's the power of sharing and connecting and vulnerability.
How do we intentionally rebuild a sense of community?
Every single person around the world can create a movement.
Please welcome Atlantic Senior Vice President and the General Manager of AtlanticLIVE, Candace Montgomery.
Hello, everyone. As they mentioned, I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of AtlanticLIVE, and welcome to our 6th annual People vs. Cancer Summit. Thank you all for joining us. What once seemed impossible in cancer research and treatment is, with technology and data-driven innovations, fast becoming a reality. Breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, clinical trials, prevention, and equitable care are revolutionizing and accelerating progress in the fight to end cancer. There is a great deal to cover, but before we get started, I want to thank our underwriters, Foundation Medicine, Gilead, Pfizer, and PhRMA for support of the Atlantic journalism today. A few practical notes. Please silence your cell phones, but don't put them away. We want you to be a part of the conversation online. When posting on social, you can use the hashtag #PeopleVCancer. I would like to also remind all of you tuning in at home that you can participate in conversations via the Q&A tab on your screens. Please tell us where you are from, and if you submit a question, we will do our best to incorporate it into the conversation. Now, please enjoy the program.
For a discussion on the Cancer Moonshot, please welcome Anabella Aspiras, Assistant Director, Cancer Moonshot Engagement at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Here to lead the conversation is Atlantic staff writer Olga Kazan.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Anabella, for being here. So I wanted to jump in at perhaps an obvious, but maybe not so obvious point, which is, what is the Cancer Moonshot and what do you hope to accomplish?
Such a good question. Let me just first start by saying hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited to have the conversation with you, Olga. Well, quick show of hands. Who is familiar with the Biden Cancer Moonshot? Fantastic. For those of you joining us online, I'm seeing about half the room put up their hands, which is really exciting. The Cancer Moonshot is a national effort to end cancer as we know it. It was reignited by President Biden and First Lady Biden in February of 2022 with 2 audacious, but in our opinion, achievable goals. And those goals are, 1, reduce the death rate from cancer by at least 50% in the next 25 years, sparing around 4 million lives by 2047. And then 2, if that's like the quantitative goal, the qualitative goal is to support patients and families living with and surviving cancer.
And how are these funds being allocated? Like, if you had to explain where all this money from the Moonshot was going, where is it all going?
So I think I'll take a step back from that question. The Cancer Moonshot, the White House team, so the team that leads the Cancer Moonshot and coordinates from the White House, does not in fact have budget to allocate. Instead, through the appropriations process, budget is allocated to the agencies that sit on our cancer cabinet. So in tandem with the reignited Cancer Moonshot, the president pulled together a cancer cabinet to ensure that this was a federal priority across all of the agencies. And they are allocated budget to do two things: scale existing programs that will help us achieve our Cancer Moonshot goals, and fund new programs that will help get us there.
And so, from what I understand, you have 5 priority areas to help you achieve these goals. Can you run through this?
Happy to. And we call them priority actions.
Okay.
And those actions are: 1, close the screening gap, ensure that as many Americans as possible have access to screening so that we can catch cancer early when outcomes are better. 2, understand and address environmental and toxic exposures. 3, decrease the impact of preventable cancers. This encompasses our efforts to reduce smoking, to ensure that folks have access to healthy foods, and to make sure that as many people as possible are vaccinated against HPV, which we know causes certain cancers. 4, bring cutting-edge innovation through the pipeline to patients and communities. How do we make sure that everyone is benefiting from innovation in an equitable way? And then 5, supporting patients and caregivers, making sure that they have support to navigate through the many decisions that accompany a cancer diagnosis, that they have easier access to their patient information, and that we are supporting actions that will drive costs down for patients and families.
So since this all began, what is some of the most exciting progress that you've seen so far?
Oh, man. I will answer that question by taking us back in time. I was actually fortunate to be on the Cancer Moonshot in 2016 when it was led by then Vice President Biden. The reason that I came back to the Cancer Moonshot, in addition to my incredible team and Dr. Danielle Carnival, who asked me, was for 2 reasons. 1, longer runway. In 2016, we were in the final year of the Obama-Biden administration. This time around, we have a much longer runway, and as you heard from those priority actions that I mentioned, we have a more expansive set of goals and priorities. So that is very attractive to me. But 2, and Olga and I were actually talking about this before we came on stage, ours is a very changed country after COVID. I'm a nurse by training. I worked for 10 weeks on the front lines of COVID here in New York, starting on April 1st. It was as bad as the news purported COVID to be. And I think what COVID did do is bring the idea or the reality of health disparities into the conversations around health. Equity underlies all of those priority areas that I just walked you through. And I think that I'm so excited that is the momentum that we have now, because we cannot achieve the goals of the Cancer Moonshot without addressing health disparities. So I'm just excited. So to go back to your question, I'm really, really excited about that focus and that lens. And some of what I know we'll get into today are specific actions that actually address health disparities and social determinants of health.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask about one of those things, which you mentioned, cancer navigation, which was a new term to me. So maybe you can explain kind of what that is and what you guys are doing around that.
Absolutely. Since you said it was a new term, can I do another show of hands? Who is familiar, when I say cancer navigation, who knows what I'm talking about? Terrific. So jobs on all of us to educate around cancer navigation. Cancer navigation refers to the services that the healthcare system should provide to help move patients and families through an incredibly fragmented healthcare system. Between 2016 and this reignited Cancer Moonshot, the work of the Cancer Moonshot continued in part through the organization, the Biden Cancer Initiative. The Biden Cancer Initiative brought together stakeholders in the advocacy and cancer space to establish 19 standards of cancer navigation. And I encourage everyone in this room to look up what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the standards of professional practice for cancer navigation. It is one thing to standardize the practice of navigation. It is an entirely different thing to prepare the healthcare system for navigation and to ensure that navigation services are paid for. Because, and I say this wearing my nursing hat, even the most passionate and dedicated clinicians, if they do not have the money to provide a service, it is difficult to provide that service. So, Ooh, sorry, I'm a little thirsty. As part of his unity agenda this year, the president announced that he would seek to make navigation services a covered benefit for Americans facing cancer. I think some folks in the room will already know this, but earlier this month, our colleagues at CMS finalized a rule that would create 4 principal illness navigation codes, which would benefit Medicare beneficiaries. Those codes could be used to report navigation services and pay for these services for Medicare beneficiaries. We are excited that next week, fingers crossed, we will be able to make even more announcements about work that we are doing to ensure that those codes exist in the private insurer space. Once that's done, sorry, you should jump in here with questions too, but once we have those codes, that is only like our first bite at the apple. We will then be turning to folks in this room, providers, and payers writ large to adopt, advance, and pay for navigation services. Last point on, or probably not last point on navigation, because you can see how animated I am by it. Navigation services there's scholarship to demonstrate how navigation services remove or address social determinants of health and cancer disparities by removing real and perceived barriers to high quality and timely care. So that's what I meant earlier when I answered your question about things that I'm excited about, is this effort in particular.
I think a lot of times when we talk about curing cancer, it's seen as this impossible Herculean thing. You know, it's like someone's like, oh, did you cure cancer? You know, it's like this, whoa, impossible objective. What are the biggest obstacles right now to cutting cancer deaths as you see them?
Well, I'm going to take that question apart just a little bit, just to clarify that, yes, we want to, cures for cancer are very, very important. Cancer, the folks in this room know that, you and I are aware of this. Cancer causes pain, anxiety, suffering. We want to cure as many cancers as possible. Curing cancer is not the only thing that we are trying to do on the Cancer Moonshot. So many of those other priority actions relate directly to the broader ecosystem in which cancer cures operate. So screening and prevention is so key in terms of how we focus and prioritize our efforts to end cancer as we know it. Your question was, what do I see as the biggest obstacles? And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I would say that the biggest obstacles as I see them, and again, I'm wearing my hat as a nurse as well, a nurse who was on the front lines during COVID when the rest of the country was learning about health disparities, are these structural factors that have left groups behind. And until we can make up or change policies to ensure that everyone is benefiting from both cures to cancer, these breakthrough advances, again, we won't get as close as we need to achieving the goals of the Cancer Moonshot.
Can you talk a little bit about what the Cancer Moonshot can do to address some of those disparities, given just the structural limitations of the U.S. healthcare system? Like, so many Americans are still uninsured, for example, and that's not, fixable by the White House overnight. Yeah. So I'm just wondering kind of what you see is within your remit to work on as far as health disparities.
Absolutely. Well, I mentioned the one big one, the one that I am particularly proud of as both a nurse and a member of the Reignited Cancer Moonshot, which is that navigation piece. Medical literacy, housing, education. There are so many things that are structural factors that then you layer on top of that a cancer diagnosis. Those outcomes are not good. And I think navigation will really get at that. I also think that and I've mentioned this, we're shining a light on this. It took COVID for certain people to understand the reality of these social determinants of health. So using the power of our platform as the White House to talk about this is so important. It just brings it into kind of front of mind for folks that may not have considered it previously.
And you mentioned the pandemic earlier, and I wanted to return to that. How did the pandemic definitely revealed health disparities, but it also, I think, affected cancer screenings. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. I think we think that about 10 million Americans are behind on their recommended screenings because of COVID, because the healthcare system basically came to a standstill. So part of the Cancer Moonshots, that first priority area to close the screening gaps, is around jump-starting screening for individuals who should have recommended screenings. The second piece, though, of our efforts on the Cancer Moonshot, many folks for whom cancer screening is recommended are not getting their recommended screenings. A disproportionate number of those individuals are from groups that experience increased barriers to healthcare and increased health disparities. So we have projects underway as part of the Cancer Moonshot to ensure that all Americans have equitable access to cancer screening, which, like I said, if you can screen and catch cancer early, you have a better chance of improved outcomes.
And were there any, I guess, positive lessons from the pandemic? Like, hey, we could actually be doing this differently because we did it differently for, 3 years.
Olga knows this, and I'll just share it with this group. It is difficult to use the word positive in the same sentence with COVID because my first 4 shifts back in the emergency room when I rejoined the New York healthcare system as a nurse was almost 100% case fatality. So it is, I get in my head and I get in my feelings when I think about COVID. A positive, I am grateful that we are now understanding disparities so that we can work at a policy level to address them. And if COVID gave us that, then sure, I will thank COVID for that. I think other positives were essentially, there was just an exposing or forcing function around the gaps in our healthcare system that were laid bare through COVID. And if COVID did that so that we can now focus and prioritize addressing those, supply chain management, other issues that COVID exposed, then at least we know what we have to work on.
I think a lot of times when we talk about cancer, and for good reason, very complex medications come up, with names like Kymriah, or, and they're, very expensive, and these treatments are very high tech and they're revolutionary. But a lot of it is kind of prevention and, things like cutting smoking. And I was wondering kind of what the Moonshot is working on as far as just working on some of these behavioral things that really do make a big difference in cancer.
Absolutely. It's a priority, right? I mentioned that one of our priority actions is preventing the impact of preventable cancers. How you know we're serious about this is because the Cancer Moonshot is taking on the single biggest driver of cancer deaths in this country. Who knows what I'm talking about? Smoking. Smoking claims 130,000 lives per year that we think could be preventable deaths. We are, as the Cancer Moonshot, we convened a smoking cessation forum earlier this year at the White House to foster and strategize solutions to help Americans who are ready to quit smoking. Our colleagues at the FDA, I haven't even talked about the Cancer Cabinet, but let me take a step back. The way that we are organized as the Cancer Moonshot is that we have a Cancer Cabinet. I did mention it. Forgive me, guys. The FDA sits on our Cancer Cabinet, as you can imagine. The FDA is currently reviewing clear and meaningful actions that will help make tobacco products less addictive and less attractive. Again, all in the hopes to help Americans who want to quit and to keep people from smoking in the first place. So that's a huge prevention effort that you can see we've paid a lot of attention to and invested resourcing in. Other ones that I just want to highlight, though, quality nutrition as prevention. We need to make sure that people have access to healthy foods. And then also ensuring that as many people as are eligible and possible are vaccinated against HPV, which we know causes certain cancer. So those are kind of 3 of our big project areas in the prevention space.
One of the priority areas that priority actions.
I was trying to make us sound cooler.
That I was interested to hear about was the one about preventing toxic and environmental exposures. I think this is kind of an overlooked correlation to cancer. And I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about that. Like, what are these exposures and what's being done to help with them?
Absolutely. So when we say exposures, we are thinking of forever chemicals, air pollution, things that are part of one's lived experience that contribute to higher incidences of cancer among the groups that have those factors or risk factors. So we need to your point, this is kind of for experts in the room, you have known this all along, but it is a burgeoning policy area where we need to make sure that we are addressing these groups that have a disproportionate incidence of cancer because of their living and working conditions.
And sorry, what are forever chemicals?
Oh my gosh, who knows? I think
PFAS?
Yes, yeah. PFAS. Thank you, PFAS.
Okay. I
admitted this to Olga. It's not. This is not my area of expertise, but it is critically important to our efforts on the Moonshot.
It's a huge field. I was wondering if there are any risks of early detection, and specifically, I'm talking about people going in for screenings, and it's inconclusive, and they get worried, or they have some sort of procedure done, but it wasn't actually necessary. I'm wondering if that comes up for you guys as a risk to mitigate against.
The short answer is yes, but I also that is what you've described should be a sentinel event. Like, no one should receive the emotional impact of a cancer diagnosis that is wrong. So just to call that out, because again, nursing hat. I want to talk about screening in two different ways that I mentioned to you earlier. One is recommended screenings. So when I say that, I am referring to the recommendations that come from a body called the USPSTF, it's always a mouthful, United States Preventative Services Task Force. Don't quote me on that. I think that's what it stands for. They are the body that provides recommendations for screenings, including cancer screenings. It is also an important body because it is responsible for many of healthcare payers, so insurers insure based on the grades that the USPSTF recommends. We, as the Cancer Moonshot, follow those screening recommendations. So that's for recommended screenings. The risk that you're describing, that scenario you described, I think is less rife in that bucket. But the other area of screening that folks in this room and joining us virtually will know about is this area of multi-cancer early detection. These are liquid tests or tests that will hopefully detect cancers before there are symptoms. We as the Cancer Moonshot, me personally as a nurse, I think we need more evidence to grow the scientific base of multi-cancer early detection tests. To avoid exactly what you just described, right? What do I do if I have a positive liquid biopsy, but then they don't find cancer? We need research to answer these questions. NCI, the National Cancer Institute, will be launching, I believe it's called the Vanguard Study, which will be a study to understand multi-cancer early detection tests and whether they do what we want them to do, catch cancers earlier, improve survival rates. So in that bucket, I think the risks that you described feel more likely.
Yeah. Another big area for health disparities is clinical trials, and I'm wondering what's being done to help more Americans participate in clinical trials or to remove the barriers to those who want to.
Hugely important. I think we are taking many steps at the administration level and our colleagues at the FDA in the right direction to essentially enhance the footprint of both clinical trials and clinical trial participants. But to your question, though, when I think about increasing equity in clinical trials, I think about a broader and more lasting innovation push that is necessary. And what I mean by that is, and I think I saw some of the funders of this terrific event, it is one thing to stand up a clinical trial in a medically under-resourced community. You could figure out ways to run that clinical trial within that community. What I want to see and what we want to do on the Cancer Moonshot is make lasting pathways for investment and integration of infrastructure in medically underserved communities such that every innovation that we've mentioned through clinical trials, multi-cancer early detection, so that all of these innovations can over time impact and improve health in these communities. So it's not just about diversity plans to ensure that phase 3 clinical trials have a more diverse catch. To us, it is about that lasting investment that will allow innovation to benefit medically underserved communities.
And I wanted to ask about trust, which is a piece of that. You know, some people might be wary to participate in clinical trials because they might not, they might just be nervous around doctors. And it's the same reason why some people might not want to come in for cancer screenings, is they don't want the diagnosis, you know, or they fear the diagnosis. And I'm wondering what can be done to ease some of these kind of behavioral obstacles where there's just a fundamental lack of trust.
Yeah, absolutely. These obstacles, my answer is going to be the same: navigation. I think there absolutely is a mistrust of the healthcare system, particularly from certain groups that have been historically left behind, taken advantage of. And I think that one of the ways that we get at that is through a navigator who is essentially someone who is guiding you, addressing, again, those real and personal barriers to healthcare. People are afraid of getting a cancer diagnosis. What I'm thinking of when I say that is that we do have an insignificant number of people who are lost to follow-up. They have a positive initial screen, and credit to them for getting that initial screen. But when it's positive, there is a fear to follow up. The cost, the burdens of healthcare, the burdens of missing work, a family to care for, like all of these things are addressed or helped through a navigator who can understand how a patient is prioritizing their life so that we as a healthcare system can figure out how to prioritize their care.
Okay, I wanted to ask about ARPA-H because that sounded exciting. Can you kind of talk about what that is and what that aims to do?
Absolutely. ARPA-H is totally the new kids on the block. I'm going to just keep polling the audience because you all are so friendly. Who has heard of ARPA-H? Great. Okay, so ARPA-H, which stands for the Advanced Research Projects for Health Agency. Yep. Okay, no, Advanced Research, it doesn't matter. ARPA-H is the newest, it does matter, but it is the newest federal agency. I think it just turned a year old. ARPA-H was established with congressional support, Republican and Democratic, last year as part of the President's Unity Agenda. ARPA-H, and I love it when they describe it. They do a slightly better job than I will do, but bear with me. ARPA-H is complementary to kind of the NIH or traditional funding structures because they make big investments in high-risk projects that will benefit from an accelerated timeline. I think ARPA-H has come up in a lot of my conversations because you see a lot of big dollar amounts and ARPA-H in the news. And that is because they are being given money to support breakthrough research. I want to clarify ARPA-H, it is disease agnostic. What I mean by that is that on the Cancer Moonshot, we are very directly focused on cancer. ARPA-H is across diseases. The way that they operate is to think about a problem space in healthcare and then hire a program manager to manage solutions and proposal and grant making for that problem space. 2 projects that have been announced do relate directly to cancer. Really quickly, a precision surgical intervention. How do we make sure that when someone is operating on a patient to remove the cancer, they get all the cancer the first time? If anyone here has been in an OR, you know that you're looking at tissue and you're thinking, what is cancerous, what is not, and you want to remove all that is cancerous and leave healthy tissue alone. That process is this very removing tissue, throwing it on a slide, having the pathologist look for it, coming back into the room. We need to innovate that. We need to make sure that that surgery to remove cancers is successful the first time. So that's one project that is specific to cancer. And then another project that ARPA-H has announced is called Cure It. I'm not going to pretend to go through that acronym because I can't get it right. But Cure It is around generalizable mRNA treatments that can be used for cancer and other autoimmune diseases.
Okay. Last question for the true hardcore techies out there. How can AI improve cancer treatment?
Oh my gosh. Is that a foregone conclusion? I think
or not.
Yeah, exactly. So, similar to the multi-cancer early detection tests, our position is that AI holds tremendous promise, But as the president has made very clear, we need to harness that potential to the benefit of Americans and protect them from the risks. The United States has done something that no other government has in the last, I think it was last week. The president announced an executive order that would ensure that the United States is a leader in responsible AI innovation.
Well, thank you so much, Anabella, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
And now for a conversation produced by our underwriter, PhRMA, on the role of small molecules in the fight against cancer. Please welcome Catherine Owen, Senior Vice President and General Manager, U.S. Commercial at Bristol Myers Squibb, and Lori Riley, Chief Operating Officer at PhRMA.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Catherine, for being here. I wanted to start off this morning and talk a little bit about some of the progress we've made against cancer. We've seen a decline since the 90s of about 33% in cancer death rates, and of course that's being driven by lots of things: prevention, better screening, and of course biopharmaceuticals as well. Could you take a minute maybe and talk about the role that your company, Bristol Myers Squibb, has played in the oncology space and helping to contribute to that decline?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. So good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. So Bristol Myers Squibb has been in the cancer space for around 50 years. We started pioneering small molecules with taxane-based chemotherapy. And then in the subsequent decades, we've seen innovations in the immunology space, so immuno-oncology products like Yervoy and Opdivo. Yervoy won the Nobel Prize for Medicine for the innovation that showed in melanoma and subsequent indications. And then with the acquisition of Celgene in the last 5 years, we brought to the market 2 amazing CAR T therapies for lymphoma and multiple myeloma, and continue to innovate in that space, looking at both hematological malignancies, but also now solid tumor, and actually moving CAR T into exciting other spaces. And then actually this week, we're waiting for the approval through the FDA of a small molecule innovation for non-small cell lung cancer for a ROS1 mutation that affects a very small amount of patients, but it's a very high area of unmet medical need, and we're really excited to bring that to the market. But beyond Bristol Myers Squibb, there are many companies who are innovating in this space, and I just wanted to recognize the report that PhRMA brought out this morning, which is looking at, there are 1,600 medications right now under review by the FDA or in clinical trial. Of that, about 60% of them are large molecule, but 40% of them are small molecule. There's also radiopharmaceuticals, digital innovations. So the innovation in oncology has never been so great as it is right now.
You mentioned small molecule, and I thought maybe it would be helpful to talk a little bit about why are small molecule, these are pill medicines, so important in treating patients with cancer?
Yes, so there's a lot of talk about small molecule versus large molecule, and what does that actually mean? So I'm a pharmacist by training, so I'll just go back to something really simple. Small molecules are essentially molecules that can be chemically synthesized, and they can be put into a pill or a tablet form, and they are able, because they're small, to cross the blood-brain barrier, which is really important, but also enter cells. And in terms of cancer, that's an extremely important thing to be able to do in order to target very specific mutations that are happening inside cells. As well as that, because they are small molecules and they're in pill form, they tend to be a lot easier for patients to take. They allow patients to go home and continue their chemotherapy at home instead of being in hospitals for infusions. And so the small molecules play a huge part in terms of chemotherapy regimens. So most patients now, when they're diagnosed with cancer, will have a number of treatments that are put together by their oncologist, which includes small molecules and large molecules. And it's really important to have those choices to ensure that patients get the best specific therapy for their specific cancer. So small molecules play a huge role in cancer treatment now and in the future.
That's great. I want to take a minute maybe and talk about how public policy can intersect with science and what you described. About a year and a half ago, Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, and one of the provisions included in that is something that has been now referred to as the pill penalty. And the idea is that if you are developing a medicine, a small molecule medicine, the government can engage with the manufacturer in so-called negotiation after 9 years. If you develop a large molecule or a biologic, then that so-called negotiation starts at 13 years. So there's a differentiation in the law now between small molecules and large molecules. Can you talk about, as a manufacturer, when you see changes like that that happen in the law, in policy, how does that change how you all have to think about the decisions you make and where you invest?
No, it's a really great point, Laurie. So first of all, as a manufacturer, we fundamentally believe that the IRA is unconstitutional and will have a huge impact on innovation beyond just the 9 versus 13-year pill penalty that you're talking about. But if we do look at that specific issue right now, in terms of what that is driving, 40% of innovation right now is in small molecule innovation. I've already just said this morning that we're awaiting the approval of a ROS1 small molecule, which is going to focus on non-small cell lung cancer for patients who have very high medical need. So that innovation right now is disproportionately targeted versus larger molecules. And so what that means is when we're assessing our clinical trial portfolio, our drug portfolio, there is a bias automatically that if the price is going to start being fixed at 9 years versus 13 years, there's a differential in terms of how we think about that. Now, it's really important in cancer because most cancer innovation happens after the first approval. We start cancer innovation in small areas of patient populations. They tend to be later stage patient populations, and we tend to start there, get the approval there, and then we work backwards in terms of earlier stage, earlier stage, earlier stage. And that has been shown across the whole industry, and particularly within the Bristol-Myers pipeline. Opdivo was approved in 2014. Since then, we've had 28 indications approved across 11 different tumor types. In the last year, we've been approved in adjuvant melanoma, so post-surgical resection. We've been approved in neoadjuvant lung cancer prior to a patient going under surgery. So there's tons of innovation going on right now, 10, 11, 12, 13 years post the original approval. And so having now to make a decision on clinical trials with the small molecule pill penalty, we are having to make really difficult decisions. And one of those decisions that we've just recently had to make was on our product iberdomide, where we have decided not to move that product into treatment-naive multiple myeloma patients. We've actually shut down that clinical trial because we don't have enough time post-approval to get that through. So these are, I think, unintended consequences. I'm hoping they're unintended, but overall it's going to have a very negative effect on that decision-making. And importantly, in terms of small pharma, in terms of small companies that are innovating, academic innovation, those innovations rely on large pharma investing, sometimes buying the companies. The healthcare ecosystem really does rely on the whole of this innovation network going on. And so again, large pharma looking at investing in those small molecule innovations, it's going to make a different decision-making process. So overall, Laurie, we're just really concerned about the uneven playing field that's now being driven between small and large molecule.
Understood. And it sounds like what I'm hearing you say, Catherine, is that this is going to force hard decisions in companies like BMS, but you're not alone in that.
Right.
I think it is important to recognize that there were provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act that were geared towards addressing patient affordability. We know how important that is, particularly for patients that have cancer and other conditions. We now have an out-of-pocket maximum at $2,000. We now have provisions that allow patients to smooth their costs throughout the course of the year. Those will all be positive, right?
Right.
But I think it is important that there are likely ways to lower costs for patients that don't sacrifice innovation.
Exactly.
And that's what we don't want to do going forward.
Yeah.
Our position is that we need to take a holistic view, and we want to work with Congress to do that and hopefully address over time some of the unfortunate provisions like the pill penalty so that patients can have both affordability but also the innovation that so many patients need. So.
Yeah, absolutely. As a pharma company, we're driven by innovating for patients. That's what we are here for. And we just want to ensure that these unintended consequences don't disproportionately affect patient innovation while embracing the very positive aspects of the IRA.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Here to discuss the impact of artificial intelligence innovation, please welcome Danielle Bitterman, radiation oncologist and AI researcher at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Gerardo Fernandez, co-founder and chief scientific officer at Precise DX. Anand Shah, CEO of Aster Insights. Here to lead the conversation is AtlanticLIVE contributor Jean Meserve.
What a great topic. AI is all the rage, whether we're talking about law or the military, media. And so today we talk about its role in healthcare and specifically in oncology. Thank you all for being here. I want to start off by doing a quick round robin question and have each of you tell me how you think AI is going to be most useful in cancer care. Why don't I start at the end? Anand?
I think that AI is rapidly permeating through oncology. Drug discovery and drug development are accelerating much faster today than even 5 years ago, and that's where I see the promise of AI.
I would say that if we get really granular about what AI is and how it compares to the human brain, I think that AI brings a set of tools that are not really native or are, I said, optimized in the human brain. And so I think that the combination of AI-driven tools and humans really brings the best of both worlds together in the field of medicine in general.
Dr. Bitterman?
And I think that where we'll see the biggest benefit is AI will help, if done right, AI will help democratize cancer care. You know, AI is really good at managing data, and data is how we transmit information and knowledge. And so it will give us new tools to kind of rapidly update new paradigms and spread that information to clinicians and patients and help make it easier for clinicians and patients to communicate together.
Jerry, tell us about Precise DX and exactly what that is and what it's doing.
So it's a computational pathology company. So we specialize in analyzing digital images of cancer. The analogy might be facial recognition for faces or for images on the internet. We use the same type of neural networks to look at cancer, digital images of cancer. So we extract information from those images, and then in a second phase, we develop predictive and prognostic models. So this allows oncologists to better select therapeutic approaches, which might be more specifically targeted towards a patient.
And does it potentially detect cancer earlier?
The current applications that we're commercializing are not for detection, but that is clearly one of the 3 or so main areas in which AI is working within the field of pathology, is detection and screening. Yeah.
So, question about false positives. At this point, is AI creating a lot of false positives when it's used for screening? Do you know?
Well, so the typical screening test is a test. So there's sensitivity and specificity in every test. So a typical screening test optimizes for sensitivity, meaning that it detects everything that's out there at the cost of false positives. That's an ideal screening test. There's no test that's 100% sensitive and 100% specific. So you want a test that's going to catch everything that's out there at the cost of maybe overcalling some things. And so so AI is the same as any other screening test. The screening algorithms are optimized to detect everything that's out there at the cost of false positives. Now, I said that it's our job as humans to interpret the information that's coming from the AI. That's why I believe that we work best in tandem with AI as opposed to depending on AI.
Dr. Bitterman, explain how you're using AI.
Sure. So most of my research is in natural language processing, which has gained a lot of excitement recently with large language models, but natural language processing has been around for a while, and we've been using large language models to help kind of unlock the value of the electronic medical records. There's been a lot of investment and mandates to update electronic medical records for quite a few years now, but we really haven't seen the benefit of digital data kind of being used to actively inform care. And that's because we're mainly using the EMRs as data repositories, as opposed to kind of a system that's really primed for analysis and kind of active learning. So we're developing models that can extract data from the clinical text and harmonize it with the structured data, which is readily analyzable, so that we can then start to combine that data and really use it for insights and active monitoring of patients at the point of care.
Give me an example of the kinds of insights this can give us.
Sure. So one model that we've developed is to identify patients who have social determinants of health or resource needs that have historically created barriers to their care. So I'm a radiation oncologist, and so patients often have to come for treatment every day. So when patients have challenges with transportation and housing, they may be at greater risk of missing a treatment, which does have implications for survival. So a model like this could actively monitor a patient's electronic health records to see if that patient has a history of transportation challenges or housing issues, that we could provide more active resource support up front and then proactively avoid challenges that could impact patient survival.
So, Dr. Shaw, every conversation I have about AI, when people are talking about the positives, they're saying drug development, drug development. Explain to us what you're doing.
So Astra Insights, we partner with 18 cancer centers across the United States, East Coast to West Coast. And together with these 18 cancer centers, we co-administer Total Cancer Care, or TCC, which is the world's largest and longest running observational research study in oncology. This year, we'll enroll patient number 400,000. And patients who come to any of our member cancer centers are offered the opportunity to sign on to this study. And as part of that study, they provide an informed consent, giving us lifetime access to their data. So whether that's clinical data from the EHR, access to biospecimens that are being collected as part of a biopsy or surgical procedure, digital pathology, radiomics, that data comes in to our company, and we build data solutions which we provide back to the cancer centers and also partner with the life sciences industry.
Data solutions, what does that mean?
So we provide a number of different databases and data sets to our academic investigators, to researchers at pharmaceutical companies, who then all apply advanced analytical methods to look for novel targets, to look for new biomarkers, and ideally identify new drugs.
So you're dealing with genetic data, which is very personal, and 400,000 people have agreed to give you access to this. How do you promise to protect it?
So we implement a number of safeguards. Privacy and trust are at the forefront of everything that we do. And as fiduciaries of that data, we have a number of electronic safeguards. We vet very carefully all of our partners, both on the academic side as well as on an industry side. We're very careful with whom we partner with.
So it's important to have diversity in the data that's collected. Are you sure that in your 400,000 people, and they're all Americans, correct? Do you have a representation of the full diversity of the country?
We do. As I mentioned, our cancer centers are located all over the country. They are academic cancer centers. The vast majority are NCI designated cancer centers. And many of our academic partners also have large footprints in the community and provide community-based oncology as well. And so in addition to socioeconomic diversity, we represent patients with all types of cancer, both early and late stage.
Go ahead.
The type of work that I do depends on the type of databases that he generates. So we build, in order to build a prognostic model, you have to have outcome. So you have to have a patient that's been followed for, say, 10 years. Depending on the cancer, every cancer has a different life cycle, so to speak. So, breast cancer has a fairly long life cycle, so, you can't do much with a cohort that has 3 years follow-up, but you can do something with a cohort that has 10 years follow-up or more. And so, this is how we build models that are able to predict, is by analyzing historical data that's been curated both clinically and with biomarkers and with lab results and with treatment protocols and all of those things that impact the course of cancer. We monitor all of that stuff in models and then build models for prediction for new patients.
So what have your big insights been about breast cancer and the work you're doing?
Well, I would say what we've discovered, I mean, this was intuitively true, as a pathologist, this was intuitive to me, but the information that's inside the tissue has been undervalued for many, many years. So pathology has been around for 150 years. Pathologists do three things. They screen, they make diagnoses, and then they grade the tumor. So they tell you how bad, the grading is how bad is the tumor look. Screening is fraught with inefficiencies of people getting tired and not being able to look at so many things over and over and over, the same thing over and over during the day. Diagnosis is a very uniquely human process, but grading is something that we do very poorly. So the information that's inside the tissue, we're able to extract that and able to predict what features of that tissue correlate with poor outcome or with good outcome, or which features in the tissue actually will detect a patient that is able to respond to a particular therapeutic approach. So that's where AI, and it really is going to have a huge impact in oncology. It's going to select patients more accurately for what type of treatment they're going to get in the future.
I will also mention that the extent to which we're able to develop prognostic models relies on whether we actually have the outcomes of interest documented and collected from our patients.
And that's a real challenge.
And that's a real challenge.
You mentioned exploiting medical records.
Yes.
Although this was supposed to make the exchange of information much easier, it hasn't worked out that way, has it?
Right, and exactly. And just because social determinant of health, a cancer outcome, even an adverse event, isn't documented in the electronic health records, doesn't mean it hasn't actually happened. Because patients' care is fragmented, and a physician or clinician needs to document it in the electronic medical records for us to be able to identify that as an outcome to develop models. And there may be biases in what types of groups have those outcomes documented reliably. And if we don't kind of look for those biases and adjust for them, our algorithms, our AI methods could potentially worsen biases. as opposed to address them, which is what we're
Jerry, you're giving a big nod.
Yeah, because I mean, this comes to the issue of equity in AI, and that's a big topic in other spheres other than medicine. But you know, equity can be looked at from two angles. One is what you described, which is you have to have demographically balanced cohorts in order to create an algorithm that's going to work, that's going to scale to the community. So that's one angle that you can. So we need to improve that. That's been historically has been a problem. You know, for one thing, most of the medical institutions, you know, aside from your company, which is fantastic that you do this, most of the cohorts that exist are at large academic, generally ivory tower type academic institutions. Their patient population doesn't usually represent the population of the United States. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, which you also brought up, was the democratization of healthcare. So that's an equity issue too. I think AI is actually going to help in that respect, because because once you develop the algorithm, which is expensive to develop, running the algorithms are cheap. So you can deploy these algorithms across the country, across the world, and bring quality cancer care to populations that don't even have an oncologist or a pathologist, you know, around the world. So it's two sides of the same coin.
Anand?
Yeah, I would say you touched on equity. It's a big focus for us at our company and what we do. It's a big focus for the academic centers that we work with. I would say we're in the first inning with AI. 10 years ago, we weren't having this conversation that we are today. A lot of unknowns in terms of how we develop new technologies with AI, accounting for equity, how they're regulated, how they're paid for. A lot of unknowns.
I want to dig down on regulation because you were with the FDA.
That's right.
This is still an unsolved issue, correct?
It's still an unsolved issue. There's a dearth of regulation and guidance out there for industry, for academics, for other medical product developers, bringing new technologies to market that incorporate AI.
So has that made pharmaceutical companies, for example, reluctant to sort of jump into this with both feet because they don't know the lay of the land yet?
So I think they've got one foot in. There's a lot of exploratory work that takes place on the life sciences side, but I think what it's going to take for the second foot to come in is very clear and transparent goalpost from the regulators that set the expectations and mile markers for industry.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think we're at a really important point in time because we are in this really early stage. You know, we can really lay the groundwork for good regulation, but what's going to be really important, which we have not, as an academic and industry community in general, have done well, is kind of heard from patients and the caregiver community and just the general population of how do they want AI used in their care, how do they want their digital data analyzed, and, you know, patients and caregivers are the ones who should be kind of driving this conversation because it's.
Are they even in the conversation?
Certainly not enough. You know, and you know, companies we've seen with the large language models are using data out on the internet to create models and potentially profit off them. We need to make sure when we're developing models for patients, it translates to real patient benefit.
So we haven't even gotten to the large language models yet. That's generative AI. You may have played with ChatGPT. How's that potentially going to be used in the medical context? Am I going to, you know, get my diagnosis from ChatGPT or something like it?
Well, there's a lot of excitement about large language models right now, and they are starting to be integrated into the electronic health records to see how they can support more administrative tasks and documentation, although, you know, there is a potential for that becoming a clinical decision support tool, even if it's just helping with documentation. You know, large language models clearly have some potential to store a lot of information. What we don't know yet is how to make sure that when they provide information, it's reliable, it's robust to how you ask the question, it's robust to the type of person you are who's asking the question, and we don't have good benchmarks to evaluate their quality. So
because it does hallucinate. It makes stuff up sometimes.
Yes, it does not necessarily. It does not always give the correct answer. You know, we did a study looking at the extent to which it aligns with NCCN guidelines, and in almost all cases, it did include at least one correct recommendation, but in a third of cases, it included an incorrect recommendation. And so, again, these models weren't...
A third? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, these models were not trained specifically to provide cancer diagnoses and provide high quality medical information. There's a huge amount of potential, but we need to make sure that we kind of carefully evaluate them, develop models that may need to be specialized for specific cancer domains before we start rolling them out, to make sure we don't kind of have early harm, which of course we don't want to hurt a patient, and that can hold back the potential in the future.
This is not my area of expertise, but large language model, the networks that generate these generative networks can be used also for, first of all, the ones that are available like ChatGPT mines the entire internet. You can set up and build a large language model that only mines EMR or only mines doctors' notes. So there's ways that you can use the technology and apply it to different databases that will give you less erroneous results. So if the reason why it gives you a lot of erroneous results now is because the internet is filled with erroneous results. So it just picks from whatever is out there. But if you restrict it to what it can tap into, it could be better in the future.
We're going to take audience questions in just a moment, but before we get there, is AI going to replace physicians or some physicians?
I don't think so.
He said hopefully.
It's certainly not going to replace physicians. I do think it's going to be a critical adjunct. And if I had to look forward 10, 15 years from now, it won't replace the history and physical, the patient encounter. I think that's the most sacred thing that we have in how we deliver cancer care. But it will be a very important tool, and it'll be one that will inform and certainly help guide us.
I always hear about radiologists being the ones who may perhaps be in jeopardy because of the abilities of AI. What do you think, Jerry?
No, I don't think so. I mean, well, we got to put a time frame on it. If we're talking about 50 years or 100 years, I don't know. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in that time frame? But in the next 10, 15, 20 years, I really doubt it. I think that, like I started out saying, I think humans do certain things very well that computers can't do, and computers can do things very well that humans can't do. And I really think it's the combination of the two that works.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think physicians are going to be replaced, and I completely agree that kind of bringing together the unique human skills and unique AI skills will just kind of hope will bring the bar up for everyone. There also is this kind of intangible to human interaction, and especially with something as sensitive and important as a cancer diagnosis, the bar needs to be so high for an AI to be able to replace a doctor, and then it needs to be able to communicate and sense kind of these really subtle emotional and interpersonal relationships, kind of that humans are able to do, because that therapeutic bond really is important. And I don't think everyone would even want an AI giving them a cancer diagnosis or explaining their care.
Might be more accessible, though.
Potentially could be more accessible, but again, that will only improve equity if it performs just as well as an expert clinician, and that is going to be very hard to achieve, again, because of those kind of unique skills that humans have that is much harder for an AI to have.
We have a microphone here in the middle of the room. Oh, here we have a question coming in.
You mentioned before that AI brings a set of tools that the human brain is just not capable of. How does that relate to cancer research, diagnosis, prevention? I think that would be of interest, that we literally don't have the tool in our brain to provide something that AI can.
So let's just say I take a picture of this room, and I right now I look around and I say, okay, I don't see any kids. I see mostly middle-aged adults, men and women, a mixture. If you ask me, give me the average age of every person in this room with a standard deviation and tell me who's the oldest and who's the youngest, I wouldn't have any clue on how to do that. But if I took a picture of this and ran an algorithm on it, the algorithm could do it. So So algorithms are good at quantitating, many objects and finding relationships with those objects, which we're really poor at doing. Frankly, we're horrible at doing that. But AI gets tripped up with variability. So unless you include the type of variability that you're going to expose the AI to, it's going to be tripped up by it. So we're really good at finding slight differences and saying, well, it looks just like this, but there's there's something different about it. We have this thing that's called Gestalt in us, and as doctors, it's the art and science of medicine, right? So the art of medicine is listening to your gut and saying there's something different here, and AI can't do that. So AI will push things through like on an assembly line, and if it hasn't seen it before, it's not going to give you that answer. Period.
Let's try and get another question in here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you guys talked about how, the data going in, it's only as good as what you can see, and like the charts. How do you account for patients who aren't reporting their AEs? That's a very big issue. They don't want to be taken off medication, and a lot of times they're not even reporting it. So how do you guys kind of factor that into when you're looking at how to use it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. Adverse events is something that we're very interested in because it is very inconsistently documented, but that kind of goes across many different outcomes. I think it's one potential of AI is kind of helping to bring together different sources of health and health adjacent information. We have the EMR, but there are other ways that people can provide information either as, into an app potentially that they can kind of let a chatbot know how they're doing, wearables and whatnot. But there needs to be we have to make sure, that doesn't just kind of put more burden on patients, first of all, and that there is a kind of equitable distribution of all of these tools. But it is something we have to keep an eye on because it's a really challenging problem.
Dr. Bitterman, Dr. Fernandez, Dr. Shah, thank you all very much, and thank you for participating. More programming
Thank you.
straight ahead.
Thank you.
And now, to discuss Exploring Experimental Therapy's Next Frontier, please welcome Marcus Gonsalves, co-team lead, Can Cancer Grand Challenges at Weill Cornell Medicine, Pat LoRusso, the president-elect of the American Association for Cancer Research, and Michelle Sadalin, Director of the Center for Cell Engineering at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Here to lead the conversation is Atlantic Senior Editor Daniel Engler.
Hello. How exciting. Welcome, Marcus, Pat, and Michelle. Thank you for coming. We are going to have a few minutes at the end for questions, but please hold off till then, and I'll signal to the audience when it's time. But let's jump right in. So the three of you are spearheading various types of experimental therapies in various stages of clinical trials and development. Pat, your work is in early stage trials?
Correct.
And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the challenges of doing this kind of work in 2023 with the type of cancer drugs that are being developed, some of which are quite precise. How does the clinical trial system have to be tweaked to account for just this new form of cancer treatment?
Thank you for that question. It has to be tweaked quite a bit. So I've been doing this for quite a while, 25, 30 years. And there's been a significant transformation on early phase clinical trials, which many of us used to think phase 1 trials, which were first in human, phase 2 trials, which were tumor selective, phase 3 trials, where we were doing a novel therapy, maybe with standard of care versus a standard of care arm. Now we call them early phase trials, which are phase 1A, phase 1B, into phase 2. And as the drugs, the science that's coming out of the labs in 2023 is phenomenal and so much more advanced than it was 25, 30 years ago. The technologies in the lab, as well as the understanding of the biology of the disease. So many of our drugs are much more selective for specific targets or specific tumor types, which is phenomenal because back in the olden days, 30 years ago, we essentially only had cytotoxic agents, and our overall response rate in phase 1 was comfortably less than 5%. We're now, with these novel drugs, selecting specific targets, as an example, we have the opportunity to potentially see greater benefit earlier on in the clinical development. However, it requires more patient selection and greater subsets of patients, and those subsets become smaller and smaller as we develop more sophisticated targets. For the most part, there are exceptions to that, but we see now that we're looking for specific subsets of patients. Patients that maybe have, a sarcoma with an MDM2 amplification, as opposed to back in the olden days, we would just look at sarcomas as an example. But it's more exciting because the probability of seeing response, at least as a developer, is greater.
Is it straightforward to figure out what those patient subsets are or how to define them? Or is there a question even about what biomarkers to use to do that separation?
That depends on the drug. It depends on the biology that was driving the drug development and the tumors. So many times we are looking for specific subsets, but when we're not, what we try to do at least is try to at least collect enough data that we can hopefully begin to understand what's causing, if we have responders and non-responders, as an example, within this clinical trial, we either do serial blood tests and or serial tumor biopsies in hopes that we can go back at least retrospectively and look at those specimens to help understand mechanisms of response and mechanisms of resistance. Why did some tumors respond to the drug therapy and others did not, as examples?
Marcus, I feel like in a sense your work is on the opposite end of the continuum here, where it's not as obvious at all what specifically you're dealing with. Can you talk about cachexia and the work you're doing there and some of the challenges in developing approaches to deal with that?
Yes, of course, and I think I'm here to represent the rest of the body outside the tumor. And as we come to appreciate, many patients with advanced cancer and even some with early stage cancer develop this wasting syndrome that we call cachexia. And you may all have seen family members or friends or TV stars going through this. They develop this severe wasting of their fat and muscle, and that leads to complications, including it limits the duration that patients can receive anti-cancer therapy, and it can increase their risk of complications from the therapy, and ultimately it contributes to their mortality. And so my group is interested in trying to identify what's causing this syndrome and how can we specifically target it. But I totally agree that we're on a very early stages, probably where oncologists were 20, 30 years ago, where we see an observation, and we call that a syndrome in medicine, and we don't actually know what's caused by it, what it causes it. So we are designing trials that are very generically targeting things like appetite or energy expenditure. And what we're finding is the results of those trials have been mediocre because the whole population is very heterogeneous. And we are now going back and trying to pick out what were the subsets that respond. And in the next iteration of trials, I hope that we'll be able to say, oh, only if you have high amounts of GDF15 and you have lung cancer, do you respond to this treatment. And so we're starting with a very big pie, and we'd love to get smaller slices that respond.
So the wasting syndrome could be caused through different pathways in different patients with different kinds of cancer, and we just don't know right now what all those pathways are?
Exactly right. So cachexia can be defined in anyone that loses more than 5% of their body weight over 6 months. That is a very general way to define a syndrome, and there could be many pockets of people that occur there. So, for example, you may have pure anorexia or a lack of appetite, and that may be very different than somebody who is secreting a lot of pro-inflammatory cytokines, which are thought to bind directly to the muscle and cause its breakdown. So somebody in that scenario may not respond to appetite stimulants, but those with loss of appetite would. And we are now, as part of the Cancer Grand Challenges, trying to define what are the most clinically relevant subtypes of cachexia and how can we target them.
I see. Michelle, I feel like in in my career as a science journalist, CAR T cell therapy, which you've been a pioneer in, has gone from, hey, could this thing possibly work, to this thing really works, to all of a sudden, hey, when and why does this thing not work? And I'm curious about the last point. What are the, now that it is established as an approach to cancer treatment, this approach of taking patients' T cells and sort of training them up to go after their cancer, what are the limits that you're finding of where this is applicable, and how can we get past those limits?
Wonderful question. Like Pat and Marcus, I work in the space of phase 1-2 trials, which means bringing new ideas, new approaches for the first time to patients in the context of these trials. And you're right that we pioneered one approach, which I would describe first as precision, as Pat was saying, and personalized. And what is personalized in this case is that it aims to enroll your own immune system to fight your own tumor. In the case of CAR T cells, what we do is start from the patient's own T cells. T cells are one of the most important components of the immune system, and confer upon those T cells the ability to recognize the tumor. For that, we need a receptor, which is a molecule on the surface of T cells, that will guide those T cells to the tumor, and upon engaging the tumor, cause the T cell to kill it. So this has been successful now. You're right, it was science fiction 15 years ago. I heard that for a long time, trust me. But in the since about 10 years ago, quite amazing clinical results have emerged in a series of cancers. Those are leukemias, those are lymphomas, and in recent past, multiple myelomas. A common feature of all those cancers is that they are blood-borne cancers, if you like. And since you're asking what are the limits of this approach, well, one is it still needs to be improved to hopefully make sure that all patients benefit and not just perhaps about half of them, which is the case today. And then we need to take on what are called solid tumors, adenocarcinomas and others. And the CAR T cell therapy doesn't work there yet, but the good news is that many of the obstacles have been identified. They are finding the right targets, but tumors are not just a mass of cancer cells. Tumors are cancer cells surrounded by a whole microcosm referred to as the microenvironment. And tumors are clever, and they need this microcosm to feed. They need food, they need energy, but they also have to block the immune system to not be eliminated. And a lot of progress is made today in understanding the mechanisms that in the microenvironment prevent the action of T cells. And we, in turn, can convert that in a better design of the T cell to overcome those barriers.
You mentioned the tumors need food. Marcus, I know you've looked at what the tumors are eating, and in particular, whether sugar plays a role in supporting the cancer growth. Seems like a different focus from what we were talking about just a moment ago. Can you talk a little bit about, I guess, are we talking about dietary interventions for cancer?
Yeah, I would actually say that it very much aligns with what he was talking about. A tumor cell doesn't live in isolation. Tumors develop in an organ. Organs communicate with other organs. They receive their food just like we receive our food. And we know that there are certain links between the whole body's endocrine system and tumor development. For example, tumors respond to insulin. Insulin goes up when you eat carbohydrate. Tumors respond to insulin like growth factor 1. That goes up when you eat protein. tumors respond to a hormone called leptin, which responds to energy intake. So there are dietary strategies that can lower those signals, and we think that that can help improve anti-cancer therapy. Is it going to wipe tumors out completely? No. But is it going to stress tumors out just a little so that the existing therapies work a little better? We think so, and there are some examples of that. We also think that it can help improve the immune response to the tumors. So there are some studies now with paradigms of fasting where you only eat for certain amounts of time per day, or you skip eating every other day, and those have been shown to improve immune infiltration into the tumor. Now, these are the early stages, and there's promising data in animal models and early phase clinical studies, but what we really need are rigorously designed trials to show, can these diet interventions help augment the response to the therapy?
Might those approaches work differently for patients with obesity or specific metabolic diseases? And I mean, I'm curious about this in general with any kind of testing of cancer treatments. If if you expect to see or do see differences for patients with obesity, for example.
Yes, I think very much so. We know that patients with obesity have high levels of insulin and leptin already, and if you do a diet intervention in those folks, those levels drop quite rapidly. And we also know that patients with obesity respond differently to therapy. I think there are examples across the board regarding chemotherapy or immunotherapy differences in response to patients with obesity. And now that we have, excellent pharmacologic agents that can target obesity, I think the future is really how do these agents help improve cancer risk and cancer treatment.
Pat, you've done a lot of work to bring underrepresented patient groups into the clinical trial system. I think this is an interesting lead-in. I mean, that's typically the key thing to focus on there is Black and Hispanic patients who make up just a tiny proportion of the patients in these clinical trials. But I wonder also about, we're talking about patients with obesity. Are they do they represent 40%, for example, of the patients in such trials? And is it important to broaden the representation on all of these dimensions, and how do you do it? I kind of asked you a lot of questions all at once.
Yeah, there's two other speakers here too. I hope I give them enough time to get asked another question. So I do work in, one of the things I've been spending more time with is recruitment of underrepresented populations. There are some studies, clinical trials. There was a publication last year in JAMA that showed that up to 40% of clinical trials had no underrepresented patients, or Hispanic patients as an example, or African American, Black patients. And it's important to have a representation of these populations because we have to understand before the drug becomes FDA approved for commercial use how these drugs are going to act in these patients, not only in terms of therapeutic benefit or tumor response, but also, importantly, toxicities. So it's important to make sure that you bring into your clinical trials underrepresented patients from underrepresented populations. And the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is working very hard now to assure that we do enroll underrepresented populations. Pharmaceutical sponsors are working on trying to bring those trials into geographic areas and institutions and clinics where we do have those populations of patients also. But you do bring up a very important point. There are a lot of underrepresented populations over and above just race, gender, ethnicity. And when we bucket certain or dissect out certain subgroups to increase recruitment, we cannot forget those other subgroups of patients for which studying them in well-controlled clinical trials is also important, such as obese patients or LGBTQ patients from those communities, and many other people that are on certain drug therapies for other comorbid conditions or other medical problems. So it's important to make sure that you bring about a balanced population within the context of those trials that are going to hopefully advance a drug to commercial use, and not be surprised once the drug becomes commercialized of an unbeknownst toxicity in a certain subset of patients.
So you're raising a very interesting point here about you want your trial results to be generalizable, right? You want to know that that they apply across patient groups, and if you don't have patients of every group in the trial, you don't know. But it seems to me that there's also another question of just equitable access to experimental therapies that might help people. That feels like almost a parallel issue here with access to the trials. Is it both at once? I mean, which is more important? Is it getting better data on drug efficacy, or is it making sure that everyone has an equal shot at getting these very promising new drugs potentially years before they're widely available?
So you bring up an extremely important point, and I think Anabella, representing the Cancer Moonshot program earlier, discussed this with the audience earlier this morning. If you don't if you don't increase accessibility to the underrepresented populations, how are they going to be able to get onto the trials? How are you going to be able to get the necessary information that you need? And that has to do a lot with social and structural determinants of health, which Anabella discussed earlier today. I've just started a program where I am going into a clinic to bring some of my trials into the clinic, where there is 45% representation of underrepresented populations, primarily Hispanics and Blacks, in this community. And there have been a lot of misnomers in the past as to why these populations don't go on trial. But the number one reason is because they're not asked. That's what I'm finding. I'm shocked. I'm only 20 minutes away, 25 minutes away from this clinic that I've just started recruiting patients and seeing patients at. It's almost impossible for a lot of these patients that I'm seeing there to be able to access trials on main campus where I am the other days of the week. So it's important for us to work with the communities and the patients to understand, as Anabella talked about, the Navigation Act or the navigation programs that she's hoping to get funded not only through CMS but also through private insurers, so that we can not only help them once they have cancer, but one of the things she failed to discuss is how do we enhance navigation in the communities, put social or community health workers in those communities to help with screening, to help with prevention, even before they're diagnosed with cancer. But even once they have cancer, the system is very difficult to navigate through. I'm a clinician, he's a clinician. It's hard for us many times. We're so busy seeing patients. We need help for the patients to be navigated through to maximize health care for them.
Michelle, did you have something to add?
Well, I certainly agree with everything that Pat just said, and I just want to add that institutions like my own, Memorial Sloan Kettering, now recognize that information and for patients to be aware and to not be intimidated also is very key. And I can tell you there are very active efforts right now to have outposts, in Brooklyn and Queens. I know that Cornell and their transplantation program is making very deliberate efforts to reach out to these underserved communities throughout, again, Queens and beyond. And of course, Columbia in New York City has a long-standing view to take care of patients, particularly in Harlem and the Bronx. And today, all of these centers are extremely aware of the crucial importance to reach out to these patients that have not been involved before.
The one thing also is education. I didn't hear Anabella talk about it as much as I would have liked, So when we go to Spain, our primary language is Spanish. When we go to Portugal, it's Portuguese. When we go to Russia, it's Russian. One size language does not always fit all. We have to recognize that when we're going into different geographic communities, we think everything in English is, we just need to have brochures and pamphlets in English. We need to direct our educational tools to the populations that we're serving.
Well, I want to give the audience a chance to ask questions if they have, and they do. Wonderful. Please.
Hi. I'm going to do a little bit of a ramble, but not a long one. You mentioned tumors, very specifically always. I didn't hear much about diffuse cancer, like where it's just basically, it's not in one place, it's everywhere. Secondly, to get into these programs, is there any kind of sort of different level of access if you have a PPO or HMO? To me, an HMO is inferior. And secondly, if I have a potential person to be in your study, may I speak with you?
You want to take that, or do you want me to? You want to start with the tumor, and then I'll talk about the HMO and PPO?
Okay. All right, let's do that. Yes, a cancer is not static from a genetic point of view. It's actually evolving. Some of them evolve rapidly and some more slowly, but they are changing over time, and they may also be different in their location. And today a lot of investigation aims to determine how different a distance site, known as a metastatic site, might be from the primary location, the site at which the cancer has originated. And of course that might explain where sometimes the therapy is effective at the primary site but less so in distant sites, or the reverse. So through sequencing of the DNA of these tumors at multiple sites, cancer researchers today are better and better understanding how the tumor evolves, and that will also help to adapt the treatment, if needed, to different sites.
And with many of the tumors, we now can look at what we call minimal residual disease. We don't see the tumor on CAT scan or MRI or PET scan, but we can do blood tests with some of these tumors, not all of them. It's not sophisticated enough. And we can identify whether or not we can still detect cells within the human body, which will hopefully subsequently lead to clinical trials to understand, number one, what does minimal residual disease mean in these specific tumors? We're studying some of them now. And number two, is it important to eradicate minimal residual disease? Do we need to change our treatment strategies? So not only multiple sites of disease that we can visualize on scans and x-rays, but also blood tests that are helping to determine whether or not there is still tumor circulating in the body. About HMOs and PPOs, I'm not an authority on health insurance programs, but we try to work with the patient and their insurer if there is an issue with their insurance company. And because I work in the phase 1 arena, a lot of the tests are funded by the sponsor who's running the clinical trial. So we try to work with the third-party insurer in hopes that we can enhance the patient's access to clinical trials. Unfortunately, the number of patients going on clinical trials is decreasing for many, many reasons. Probably 2% or less of patients that have cancer are going on clinical trials. The only way we're going to make an impact in better treatments that will lead to hopefully cures one day is to recruit patients to these clinical trials to find better treatments. Not only, now there's drugs like KRAS G12C inhibitors available, FDA approved, but we're looking at the next generation of those drugs. We have to study the next generations in order to get better treatments, even for specific subtypes of patients for which there is drugs currently available.
Yes, it's wonderful to end on a forward-looking note like that. Unfortunately, We only had time for the one question. Sorry about that, but thank you so much to the panel for joining us today. And
thank you all
please
for coming.
Enjoy the rest of our programming.
For a conversation produced by our underwriter, Foundation Medicine, on the future of cancer monitoring, please welcome Mia Levy, Chief Medical Officer at Foundation Medicine. Joining her on stage is the Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
I'm joined today by Dr. Mia Levy, who currently serves as the Chief Medical Officer of the cancer genomics company, Foundation Medicine. Mia is also a practicing breast cancer oncologist, and she sees firsthand the many challenges that come along with monitoring a cancer patient's response to their treatment. For years, cancer imaging using CT scans and MRIs have been the standard of care for monitoring cancer patients' response to treatment. However, imaging has known limitations depending on the type of cancer and the treatment being prescribed. When used as a complement to imaging, tissue-informed ctDNA monitoring can provide more accuracy than imaging alone. Mia and her team have developed several of these tests, and we're excited to talk to her today to learn more about her work. So, Mia, cancer patients often undergo many different types of tests to diagnose their disease, determine prognosis, and monitor their cancer for progression or reoccurrence. What types of tools are there available to monitor a person's cancer?
So good morning, and thank you so much for having us. There's many different ways of monitoring a patient's cancer, in particular for patients who have advanced cancer, where we actually have something that we can monitor on an imaging study. Imaging studies have been the traditional way that we evaluate. But it takes about 1 million cancer cells in a ball to show up on an imaging study, and they don't change very quickly on imaging. It takes several months to see a change. So this new technology that we're excited about is using circulating tumor DNA, where the cancers have shed DNA into the bloodstream, and with a blood test can look for those changes in the amount of circulating tumor DNA to assess whether the treatment is working.
I see. So Foundation Medicine has 2 tests available to monitor a person's cancer. Can you tell us more about how they work?
So there's 2 different ways of doing this. One is what we call tissue-informed, and the other one is tissue-naive. With the tissue-informed approach, you take a biopsy of the patient's tumor, and you do sequencing on the tumor, and you identify several mutations in the tumor that are specific for that patient's cancer. And then on subsequent blood tests, you can monitor the amount of circulating tumor DNA that's specific to those mutations for that patient, and you can see it go down when a treatment is working and see it go up when a treatment is not.
Got it.
And then the other way of doing that is without tissue, where you're doing just the liquid biopsy, just the blood test, without being informed, and you can monitor for changes in multiple different types of mutations that are being seen over time and how those mutations might change.
So interesting. So there's a lot of conversation about cancer screening tests. How are tests used to monitor a person's cancer different?
Yeah, thank you. So there's, I think we even heard about it in some of the other speakers talking about screening tests. Screening tests are designed to answer the question of, do I have cancer or might I have cancer, right? And they can be done on the general population or people who are at higher risk of getting cancer, but people who do not currently have cancer. A monitoring test is designed to answer different types of questions in patients who already have a cancer diagnosis. Specifically, is this treatment working? Which we can see earlier than an imaging study, for instance. Or, doc, did you get it all? You know, I think we heard from a previous speaker the use of the term minimal residual disease. You have a curative surgery and we heard about also, optimized ways of making sure you get all the tumor at the time of the surgery. But what if you haven't? What if there's something left? And we use this minimal residual disease test in circulation to find it. And then finally, the last use case in patients who already have cancer is we believe you're cured of your cancer, but has it come back? And that's another way we can use circulating tumor DNA to screen if the tumor has recurred.
Truly amazing. As we've chatted about here, there are tools and tests available to monitor a person's cancer. But looking to the future, what do you see as areas for growth?
So I think the areas for growth are really how do we incorporate this into decision making, right? So the first step is you can do it, and it correlates with a patient's tumor coming back or a tumor progressing. But how is that going to change the decision that you and your physician are making to manage your care? And what we're looking for is these clinical trials that will incorporate this new piece of information into specific decisions, either to escalate treatment, perhaps to de-escalate treatment, or maybe spare patients treatment who otherwise would have gotten chemotherapy that has a lot of side effects but didn't need it in the first place. So we're really excited about how this information will get incorporated into the decisions that we make every day in managing a patient's cancer.
Well, thank you so much for that. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So today we're just going to be doing the VR experience. It's going to help teach you what it's like to be in the MRI LINAC room, what you might experience, what you're going to see inside the tube. It's also going to teach you how to hold your breath properly. Does that all make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Robinson, what you have in your hand right now is the controller. If you put that on your chest during the experience, that's going to help you track your breathing. So whenever he does a really deep breath, that sensor is going to track that, and it's going to make sure that there are two rings, a red one and a yellow one, that will be in the VR experience as well. That sort of represents the tumor and then the area that the beam is going to hit in treatment. So when he holds his breath, that holds the tumor inside the area where the beams are going to hit.
After the experience, he was so excited. He said, I can do this. I really can do this. And so it made the world of difference to him. It took the edge off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grammy nominations were announced.
Here to discuss how virtual reality is changing cancer care, please welcome Sarah Hoff, Section Head of GI Radiation Oncology at the Moffitt Cancer Center, Chris Chin, Chief Business Officer at xstore.world. Back to lead the conversation is Atlantic Live's Jean Meserve.
So VR is one of the newest tools in the cancer fighting toolbox. You just got a little sample of it. I'd like you guys to talk a little bit more about how it's being used. In this video, this was one of your patients, and it was being used to familiarize him with the technology. Is that correct?
Yes, I want to tell everybody the story because this is one of my patients who really thought he could not do it. I had a telephone Zoom consultation with him, explain the procedure. He said, you know, doc, I'm claustrophobic. I have some anxiety. I'm not sure I can do it. I convinced him to do it, and the very next day he called my nurse and said, tell the doctor I can't do it. I've been up all night. I've been ruminating about it. I cannot do it. And I told my nurse, and I've never said this, Jean, in 16 years with my nurse, I said, no, I'm not going to cancel the simulation. I said, we'll have the patient come and try virtual reality and see if that makes a difference. And unfortunately, you didn't get to see the punchline of the video, but the punchline of the video was it made the whole difference for him. He actually did the virtual reality experience. It changed his life. He's now 2 years out. This was the best treatment for him, and he was able to do it.
What are some of the other ways VR is being used?
So beyond patient education, pain management is key, right? So when you're getting chemotherapy, that's extremely painful. Pain management has had decades of research behind it, both acute and chronic pain. And so being able to have distractions, mindfulness, meditation, other experiences that really kind of take you away from that situation has been really compelling and effective for cancer treatment.
Has it improved the odds that people continue with treatment?
I don't think that's been studied. That's a great research question. Most of us in the field, those of us who are early adopters, and I'm sure looking at this audience, there's many early adopters out there. You know, first we have to figure out the use case. How are we going to use it? Then we have to develop the content. And third, now we're at the point, Gene, where we're trying to figure out, let's test it. So I don't think anyone's looked at that, but very good question.
Can it also be used to handle addiction?
Yes. So addiction through exposure therapy. So exposure therapy has been proven to actually allow folks to go into situations that they otherwise might be triggers for their addiction. So if it's opioid addiction, that's pain, right? But if it's other things like smoking cessation, alcoholism, all kinds of things that could be precursors or essentially causes of cancer eventually, or just poor health. Addiction has certainly been studied for with virtual reality, and using exposure therapy, you can actually deal with learning coping skills and mechanisms to be able to handle those addictions.
Is it also a valuable tool for physicians?
Yes, and that's the next frontier, I do believe, and that is training. So there may be people in the audience who know about this application. I, for one, am very interested in this, so I train my residents. And we train them clinically, how to do their job, how to take care of patients. I also teach leadership to my residents. So what I'm very interested, Jean, this is my next project, we were talking about it off the stage today, is how do you teach them leadership through VR? Because I'm a big proponent of practice-based learning. I can tell them what to do, and I can tell them this is how you approach a conflict. There's 5 different scenarios, and you can figure out which is most comfortable. But there's nothing better than actually having them try it on. So our next grant, hopefully, will be leadership development in virtual reality. So you can take that training model and do anything with it.
So, Chris, you come out of a gaming background. How did you pivot from that into using VR in the healthcare setting?
Great question. So I started creating games that I couldn't show to my kids. They were too gory, too violent, and my kids were very young at the time, so I pivoted over to education, ed tech, which has a lot of applications towards game development, and through that, I encountered virtual reality, which I thought about 8 years ago was amazing. Then from that, we were looking at different applications of healthcare, of VR. We didn't know what the world was like for VR. This is prior to the launch of the Oculus Rift and the HTC Vive. So my task was to look at different disciplines and industries and where VR could be applied. Healthcare was just enormous, right? It's been used in academic settings for decades in research, of course, the military as well. But just the therapeutic aspects, the assessment that you could do with VR, and also education, to your point, basically you can actually, instead of see one, do one, you're actually experiencing and actually doing it before you're in the field, right? So practicing, like you said, with different scenarios, different simulations, and not being kind of a first-timer on a live person, that makes all the difference, and that's been proven to be also very adept at getting people interested in practicing more and more and learning skills that way.
And what piqued your interest in this?
I guess I'm a creative, and I always like to see how can we make things better. And thinking about real-life patient scenarios, seeing patients who come into the office struggling. I mean, let's face it, we all know we're here today to talk about cancer, and no matter who you are, no matter what the diagnosis is, people walk in the door with fear, anxiety, and so much trepidation. And seeing that day after day, I've been in the field for over 20 years. I always am looking for creative solutions. What can I do to make that better? And so virtual reality for me was one vehicle, Jean. I really see it as a vehicle where I can put the headset on, and no matter what my patient is experiencing, I can change where they are in that moment. And I'll give you a very specific example. One day about 6 months ago, I walked in to see my patient, who was a gentleman, and he had been very stoic throughout the 5 weeks of treatment. I walked in one day and I could tell game over. And I told him, I said, you need a mental health break. And he looked at me like, what are you talking about? I said, stay still, don't move. Went out and get the headset, completely changed his experience. And his parting shot to me was, Doc, can I do that every day? I got 12 more treatments. Can I do that every day? So that's kind of, for me, what fuels it.
We are actually going to show you again what this is all about. Chris is going to suit up here in his VR headset while we chat for just a moment. Does every patient like it?
No, and that's a very good point. And remember, I practice in Florida, so I have a lot of folks who are over the age of 70. Some of them are very well schooled with their grandchildren. Hey, try this on, let's do it. Other people look at it and say, I'm not doing that, Doc. I am not doing that. So part of the research we have to figure out is how do we get people so that it's not so so scary and so prohibitive. And so we're looking for ways that we can break down those barriers. And so now, as Jean said, what we'd like to do when Chris is set up is we're going to give you just a taste. Okay, so let me just finish this narration. We're just going to give you a taste. We put 3 examples today over 5 minutes, which Chris is going to see. So he has the headset on. And now we are ready. So Todd, we are ready when you are. And we're going to start to go explore. The first thing, everybody, we're going to explore is relaxation. So you can see here that Chris is navigating the different settings. We have beach settings, we have different music, we have different scenery. And by the way, this entire program was actually developed by my collaborator, Dr. Brian Gonzalez, in collaboration with Chris and some other folks. So this is absolutely really helpful to just get that mindset, like I told you with that patient. Now my patient who actually did this, he was on the beach. And I actually sat in the room with him when he did it. And he goes, Doc, I'm on the beach. Oh, this is so much better. I've been so afraid that, I've been at 5 weeks in having all these issues. And so here he was on the beach, like you see with Chris. My patient's able to look at the sky. My patient's able to walk around. My patient is really able to change the experience of his day. And it was so transformative for him. I honestly thought, and he told me later, he said, I was going to quit. He said, you know what? He said, I about had it at that 5-week mark. I was going to quit my treatment. And having this experience, it was able to change him enough. He was able to continue and complete his therapy. And I will tell everybody successfully. So he's also about a year out. And you can see here the variety of different scenery. And then we have the Babbling Brook. So this was shot a 360 video VR in New Hampshire. So you can see not everybody likes the ocean. That's one of the things, Jean, I find out is that different people like different scenery. So we try to make these experiences that cater to multiple different type of scenery. So imagine you're in the headset, there's music playing, and now we're going to segue to the next experience. This experience is what I do. So I'm a radiation oncologist, and I have to put people in that machine. So you can imagine when I tell them verbally what the experience is going to be, the eyes just deer in the headlights. Well, what we have done is create this experience. So here you see the patient coming in. The patient is going to lie on the treatment table. And then the therapists, we call them radiation therapists, are going to get the patient set up for treatment. And so the patient is getting himself comfortable. You're going to see the patient lay down. They're going to be putting a supporting structure under his knees that we call a bolster. The bolster, there it is, going underneath his knees. And then they're going to prepare him for the experience. Now, everybody's probably in the audience thinking, oh, this looks like an MRI. It is an MRI, but there's a treatment unit, a radiation oncology delivery unit built in. So it's 2 things happening. Yes, we're going to be imaging the tumor, but we're also having the ability to treat the tumor therapeutically. And so now this would be the typical of one of my patients. My patient's going to be going in. Now remember, when Chris has the headset on, he's experiencing this. He feels like he's going in the tunnel. And so here, when you have the headset on, you get to experience that. And Gene, Mr. Robinson, who was my actual patient, it totally transformed his life because he otherwise wasn't going to do it. And he was just going to cancel out. But he was able to complete this. And he said, you know what? He said, if I can do it, he said, Doc, I think you should tell other people about this because it really can transform things. And in that experience, they have to hold their breath. And then the final little taste we're going to give you today is this is something that we developed. This is actually a children's book in virtual reality that gives the child or whoever's looking at it the ability to navigate around. So what you can actually do, you can see the characters, you can interact with the characters, and you control the delivery at which the voice reads the narration. So you see that little pixie dust there. That little pixie dust will be monitored, and when the person clicks the right spot, the next stanza will appear. So the neat thing about that is if you're a child and you want to spend time and you want to go look at the boat or you want to peer over the side, you have time to do all of that. And then the final scene in the book is you go in and the crabs dive down really, really deep, and they find Sir Buster the Blue. That's Sir Buster the Blue in the back over there. And they're able to do all of that in this virtual reality story. And the premise of this is prevention. You heard about prevention. There are subliminal medical messages in this story about, it's really about sunscreen. We call it the sun monster. But we envision a whole series of these to try to help younger people with some of these lifestyle issues related to cancer. Can we start at the earliest possible age? And so there's Sir Buster the Blue, and it's going to fade out shortly. There we have our crabs. That's our hero. And then the sun should be coming out in a moment. Okay, we'll start seeing the sun in a moment. But that's our main character there. We call him Rock. See, he's waving to everybody in the audience today. And now we're going to fade out, and there's the sun, and then we end. And Jean, that really, we just wanted to give everybody a taste if you've never seen VR.
And by the way, when we're done, there are some VR headsets up at the back here, and you are encouraged to try them out. They'll be here for the rest of the day, so you can see whether you can tolerate this. Does it make some people nauseous?
I'm going to let Chris answer that.
So, you know, I think the tech has really improved over the past few years. So a lot of it's driven by content. Some people still get a little bit nauseous, but for the most part, you know, really kind of it's all about the tracking because you're embodied in virtual reality, right? It's not just strapping a screen under your face. All your actions flow as though you would be moving in real life. And so as long as that tracking is working really well, the software is good enough, then vertigo shouldn't be an issue.
Are hospitals embracing this? How widely deployed is this?
I will say that thanks to an organization called PhRMA, the International Healthcare Virtual Reality Association run by Bob Fine, more and more hospitals across the country are now networking with each other, sharing knowledge, sharing research. We're hosting their big meeting this year at Moffitt, so if anyone's interested, please come down there. But to answer Jean's question, now that word is out and people are very generous with their time and sharing knowledge, it's getting better and better, yes.
The VA is using it?
Yeah, so the VA has been a huge proponent of VR for the past 5 years, and under the leadership of Dr. Ann Bailey and Caitlin Rollins, they really kind of scaled this out to over 160 facilities nationwide. They're the largest healthcare provider in the U.S., and they're looking at making VR scalable, effective, and you know they're kind of at the cutting edge at this point.
How expensive is it for a hospital to adopt this or a treatment center?
I'll give you my answer, and then we'll go to Chris's answer. I think the real issue is scale. So I can do this in my clinic with my medical student, but the real issue those of us face in hospitals, how do we scale it? How do we get it in every clinic? And who's going to sit with the patient? My 80-year-old patient who's never, ever been in VR in their life, I don't want to have my patient be in the room by themselves. I want a staff member to sit with the person during the experience. Well, how do I fund that? Who pays for that? Is that a new job? So these are all the things at our center that we're wrestling with, and we're coming up with creative solutions of how we handle that. But I think once we handle that, Jean, then we can scale it.
Yeah, I think from a cost standpoint, headsets themselves have really come down in cost. So about 7.5 years ago when they first launched, you required a $2,000 PC, cables, a whole setup, and then the headset itself was about $800. Now you get this all-in-one device for anywhere from $300 to $500. So we know the prices come down. The form factor is much lighter, much more portable and easy to use. But that's just more from the headset side, and then you have kind of the content, the underlying infrastructure, and as Sarah was saying, the whole workflow costs that are associated with it.
And I presume there's some cost to the patient to do this. Is there any?
No.
None?
Currently, no.
None at all?
Currently, no. One might envision in the future there may be subscription costs. So, for example, one of the visions I have is, what about exercise? A lot of my patients during treatment, well, I'm afraid to exercise. How much do I exercise? A lot of the studies that are coming out showing exercise is beneficial, but we want it to be monitored. So we have someone we're working with at our center. Maybe we can come up with some VR programs to have monitored exercise in virtual reality, so that in the future I get printouts of their progress, I get printouts of their training, I know the perceived exertion level, make sure it's not too much for them.
I wanted to ask you about this two-way street. Not only is the VR giving the patient something, you are reading something in the patient and it's coming back to you.
Yes, not currently with the ones that we have, but that's the vision
That's
for the future.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that, essentially CPT codes now exist for reimbursement for VR, especially on kind of the mental health and behavioral health side of things. So therapies, phobias, PTSD, anxiety, those kinds of programs are actually reimbursable now for patients.
Why does that surprise me? That's usually the side that's not, but go ahead, excuse me.
Yeah, no, that was the point I wanted to make, was that this is still coming. It's still in formative stages where I think it's being evaluated in terms of how often it's being reimbursed, but the codes do exist.
I'd love to have you both look ahead. As mentioned, this is still the early stages for VR. If you were going to dream of what VR would be able to do, let's say in 10 years' time, what does that look like?
So for me, we've been thinking about this recently with global health. So I want everyone in the audience to imagine that there's a radiation oncologist who practices in a remote part of Ghana, let's say. How does that radiation oncologist have access to the most cutting-edge technology? Because in my field, technology changes all the time. Well, I'm very happy to say that pioneering work by the folks at the IAEA are doing that. They're developing training so that now, the future, 10 years from now, you can probably, hopefully, reduce disparities, like Anabella mentioned this morning, reduce disparities so no matter where you live, you have access to cutting-edge treatment.
Yeah, I think the access part is extremely important. I mentioned the price point dropping from about $2,800 to $500 in 8 years. We know Apple's getting in the game with their Vision Pro headset coming in first quarter next year. So AR, VR, we know the future is bright. From a technology standpoint, what's going to really matter is getting that price point down. But when you have companies like Meta doing Ray-Bans, you can see this could be in 10 years something more possible, right, and more accessible. It doesn't mess up people's hair, right? It's generally accepted for everyday use, right? You're not going to be looked at as a glass hole, right? You'll be wearing glasses.
And do you see new applications for it?
Absolutely. So there was a whole panel on AI, generative AI specifically, and large language models are really going to unlock a lot of power for XR, just in the way the processing is being done and use cases that are going to be involved.
Any thought on future use cases?
I love the idea of augmented reality. We haven't focused on that today, but Chris just brought it up using the term XR, so beyond VR, augmented reality. I think that's...
Define that for people, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll probably have Chris define it, because he's probably better than me.
So extended reality, or XR, is kind of a commonplace term to describe both AR, VR, and MR. I'll just talk about AR and VR just to keep it simple. VR, virtual reality, is a whole enclosed space around you, right? So you just saw what VR looks like when I experienced it on screen. AR would be something very pass-through, such as these glasses or some other headset where you have digital elements that are going to be laid over the real world, and you can interact with them. So there could be a virtual assistant talking to you and speaking to you. You could have guide points telling you what to do next. You could have models of organs explain the diseases to you right in your very own living room, right? So that's where AR in the future is going. Now, the problem is the technologies. And so Apple has really they're looking to redefine the space with their Vision Pro product, because they're positioning it as an AR product where you can actually still experience everything around you, but you'll have a full dashboard and other digital elements in front of you.
Sarah, did you want to complete your thought on future use?
Just the last thing for everybody. You're in the room with your doctor's trying to explain something. You need that visual picture. So imagine having a visual tool, and then imagine if it has augmented reality in it. So your doctor can click on something, something appears, and then you get it. That eureka moment. I want that.
Excellent. Sarah, Chris, thank you both. And a reminder again, those VR headsets are back at the back of the room. So try it out.
Thanks so much, Jean.
Thank you, Jean.
On with
Thank
the
you.
program.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
We hope you enjoyed our morning conversations. I'd like to thank all of our speakers for facilitating these thought-provoking discussions. We are going to break for lunch, where our underwriter Gilead will present a program on taking back possibility in the face of cancer. This program will begin in 15 minutes, so please grab some lunch and then join us back here. Our editorial programming will be back at 1:10 p.m. This afternoon, we will discuss equity, prevention, and survivorship, starting with our author and journalist Suleika Jaouad in conversation with our editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg. See you then.
Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. for a session produced by our underwriter, Gilead. Please welcome Shant Salakian, Executive Director and Head of Global Oncology Therapeutic Area Communications at Gilead.
Cancer steals the moments that make us. Cancer steals possibility. But at Gilead Oncology, we are taking it back because we refuse to accept that cancer can still take the ones we love. Today's panel discussion will focus and highlight that though cancer takes possibility, we as an oncology community are taking it back. I'd like to thank the Atlantic for hosting this panel, and on behalf of Gilead Oncology, welcome you to this session. Our panel today will be moderated by my colleague, Kathy, Senior Director of Advocacy at Gilead Oncology, and will feature, and you will hear the inspiring stories of Jamie, an entrepreneur, an advocate, and lung cancer warrior. Emma, a wife, a nurse, and a metastatic breast cancer survivor. And you'll also hear from Darcy, the head of the advocacy organization, Latinas Contra Cancer. I am certain that their stories will inspire you. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Shant, thank you for the warm welcome. We're delighted to have those of you here in the room in New York City with us and all of you listening in virtually. We have such an amazing panel for you this afternoon. Please continue to enjoy your lunch for those of you that are here in New York. But our focus today, as Shant kindly said, is taking back possibility in the face of cancer. And I have a powerhouse panel of women for you to hear from. So we're gonna dive right in and get into introductions. Emma, would you please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Emma. I was diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer at the age of 28. I'm a registered nurse. I am a wife, a daughter, a sister, you name it, and I am trying to advocate for everyone with breast cancer. I come from a long family history of breast cancer, and I think it's so important that I'm here to be able to speak on breast cancer and like advocating for everyone.
Thank you for being here, Emma. Thank you. Jamie.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Jamie. I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in December of 2018 at the age of 32. And I am now a fierce lung cancer warrior. I'm an advocate and entrepreneur, and I am really, really happy and excited to be here today to share my story with you. And I hope that it motivates and inspires you guys to take action in your lives as well.
We appreciate your being here, Jamie. Darcy.
I'm so honored to be here. My name is Darcy Green, Executive Director at Latinas Contra Cancer. We're a health justice organization. It's been around 20 years, serving the Latino community on issues of cancer. It is a profound honor to be here on the panel today.
It is our honor, so thank you, Darcy. We have so many great questions for this panel, but before we dive in, I'm going to do a little bit of audience interaction. It's very short, I promise it will be painless, but I'd love to ask those of you here in the room and those listening online to please raise your hands if you've ever felt unseen or unheard as you've had to deal with a health issue. I saw one person's hand go right up immediately. Wow, there's a lot of hands up. Please keep them raised. Have you also had to champion your own health care? Have you had to advocate for yourself, fight for yourself? I'm not just seeing hands raised, I'm seeing people waving.
Yeah.
So thank you. And for those of you participating virtually, we honor you and we recognize that you might be feeling that same way. Emma, when you look out across that room and you saw all those hands raised, including some of the waving, what does that make you think about from your own experience?
I think it's like hard to see that so many people, it's great to know that I wasn't alone on feeling that way. My journey with breast cancer, I had symptoms for months. I had expressed my symptoms to my primary and all my doctors, multiple doctors. They told me that I just had PMS and that what I was experiencing was normal. So I went months with going back and forth and telling them both. Finally, I felt a lump in my breast doing a self-exam, and from there, my diagnosis kind of snowballed. Right away, I got seen. They did a biopsy, and during that time, it was really hard because I had expressed my concerns to my doctor, and I felt like no one was really taking me seriously because I was so young. I do have a long family history of it, so that's kind of a flag. But once that lump came, then all the biopsies, and that was really hard because I had gotten my diagnosis, and actually no one called me once the pathology report came out. It was a Friday at 5 p.m. My pathology report came back, and I read it, and I knew it said invasive ductal carcinoma. So I knew that I had cancer, and no one called me until that Monday. So I went all weekend knowing I had cancer. And
that is so tough.
Yeah, it was very tough.
Jamie, I've got to imagine that this is, I apologize. Jamie, I've got to imagine that this is resonating with you when you think and reflect on your own experience, your own diagnosis, your own treatment journey, and where you are today.
Absolutely. I will start by saying that I had no risk factors for lung cancer. I had no asthma, no allergies, had never spent a night in the hospital. In April of 2018, I developed this wheeze or shortness of breath that only would show up around bedtime, and then it started to get more prevalent. So it started showing up at work and on the subway and at home, and I couldn't quite figure out where it was coming from and why. And I went to my doctor to get checked out, and the doctor referred me to a pulmonologist who really just, I don't know if he was having a bad day. I don't know if he just didn't see me, but honestly, he really did not help me at all. The first time I saw him, I told him what was going on with me. He gave me a breathing test. It didn't come back conclusive for asthma or allergies, but he sent me with an inhaler home and said, use this for 2 weeks and then come back and see me. And I used the inhaler thinking that maybe that was going to help, and of course it didn't. And I came back in 2 weeks and I said to him, that didn't help me at all. And he wrote me a script for a cough suppressant for 30 days and then sent me on my way again. And it was like at that point that I realized that I wasn't really going to get any help from him. And at that point, those symptoms had subsided. And I ended up not seeing another physician until December of that year. In between there, I got really active into kickboxing and started to really love it. And, I hit 30 years old, my metabolism slowed down, I was in a comfortable relationship, I started gaining some weight. So I started to think that I needed to get in shape a little bit more. And I started to develop a back pain and a shortness of breath, which I attributed to the kickboxing, and I didn't realize that it was, a continuation of the cough and the wheeze that I had originally. So I was in the gym with my husband, and we were running on the treadmill. I got to a quarter mile, and I just realized I wasn't breathing. And it wasn't like, oh, your endorphins are going to kick in and you'll feel better. It was like, no, you're not bringing in any oxygen. So, I ended up going and getting a second opinion, and immediately they kind of did what they were supposed to do. But I remember just walking out of the doctor's office the first time feeling like, well, that was a waste of a copay. I didn't get anything from him.
I'm sorry that was your experience, Jamie. And I see Darcy shaking her head. And Darcy, in the work that you do at Latinas Contra Cancer, I know that you hear stories like Jamie's and Emma's all the time. You recently participated in the Color of Cancer event where healthcare disparities were highlighted and amplified. How do stories that you hear every day in your work and stories like Emma and Jamie's inspire you to do what you do?
Yeah, I mean, these are Emma and Jamie's stories, but they are also the stories of so many other patients in this country and across the world. And what we know at Latinas Contra Cancer and what we've seen is that healthcare is frustrating and it's complicated in ways that are unfair, in ways that are very unnecessary. And nobody should have to battle that uphill battle alone, let alone have to battle the battle in addition to cancer, navigating all these very complicated systems. It's just really not right. And so when we were participating in the Color of Cancer event, I talked a lot about cancer and the connection between cancer and the issues of social justice, and that the health disparities that disproportionately some people face within their cancer journey in the healthcare system are not natural occurrences, right? These health disparities are not natural occurrences. They're there because of policies that cement that in, or public policies that don't protect vulnerable patients, and are very preventable and also predictable. And as an organization, the reason that we consider ourselves a health justice organization is because of these stories. Because cancer is hard enough, and you shouldn't also have to fight for care.
Cancer is hard enough, absolutely. And you know, you and I, in preparing for today, Darcy, we're talking about the experience of cancer, not just at the time of diagnosis and throughout treatment, but also post-treatment and the life beyond cancer. And we talked about how sometimes the impact after treatment or after the scans are completed can be just as difficult, if not more so, than when you're going through your experience. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So the diagnosis itself can sometimes push families and households and individual patients into a level of social and economic distress that they were not already experiencing before the diagnosis. So for the families and the patients that we serve, many of whom are low income, who are underinsured or not insured, and we're already struggling, right, to make ends meet, as many people are in this country, and then a diagnosis on top of that then makes it almost impossible, right, to keep yourself housed, to keep yourself fed, to pay your bills, let alone work or do the other things you might need to do in order to continue providing for yourself and your family. And so even at the point of survivorship, there's still all of these other social and economic pressures that do not get lifted for the folks that we serve. And there are not enough safety nets attached to the cancer journey in order to prevent and make sure we're holding people through that diagnosis so that when they are in survivorship, they can put it behind them and move on and not still be struggling with the economic and social disruptions that they experienced. Many of the folks that we serve are now in debt. They owe on utility bills. They are have had to move or are now living with family or other people, and a change in their housing, and also have found change in their income. And that makes it very difficult, right, to experience what they deserve, right, which is a life after.
Absolutely. And that's exactly where I want to go with Emma and with Jamie, because when they both, although your experiences are markedly different, there are some similarities in that when Jamie and Emma were first diagnosed, they had an immediate impact when cancer collided and interrupted and disrupted their lives. These are two young women. They were thinking about their future and what that future was going to look like. Are you both comfortable sharing a little bit about the decisions that you had to make immediately after diagnosis, that confluence of decisions, those issues that came up for you immediately? Jamie, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, when I first got my diagnosis, it threw me for a 180 for sure. I was not expecting to come out of there with a stage 4 diagnosis, no less. But really what I did was, as soon as I was sitting in the office with the oncologist, somehow, and I don't know how I did this, because I really always say that I experienced that meeting with my oncologist the first time as like an outer body experience. I don't remember, when people ask me what I was thinking, what I was feeling, I'm like, I really can't tell you, because I just was still not fully processing that at 32 years old, never having smoked and no history of cancer in my family, I'm sitting here with lung cancer. It didn't make sense to me. It just went against everything I understood at the time. But immediately, for some reason, my brain went into motherhood and what I was going to do about that, because I had just gotten married, like literally 2 weeks before this, you know, and to be sitting in the office with an oncologist 2 weeks after saying I do, it was not, collide is a good word for it. It's a very good word for it. It was definitely a collision. And immediately I thought to myself, like, what am I supposed to do about being a mother? You know, and I asked that question to the oncologist. I said, you know, what does this mean for my motherhood journey? And I'll never forget, he was too casual. He was way too casual in my conversation with him. Like, we're talking about steak dinners, you know, and in a cancer meeting. And in any case, I remember he said, you know, well, you're going to be on medication for the rest of your life. And, you know, you can't get pregnant on that medication. So you may want to look at, you know, freezing your eggs or doing something like that. And I immediately was like, all right, well, whatever it is that we need to do needs to halt until I do that. Because I realized that that was how important that was to me. And so I got, like I said, I got diagnosed in December of 2018. I'm on a medication, I'm on a targeted therapy to treat my cancer, which has me right now in a medically induced remission. So I'm really grateful for that. We'll stop for that. But I didn't do anything about it from December when I was diagnosed until the end of January, because I said I'm going through the IVF process to freeze my eggs and make sure whatever semblance of possibility I have left to be a mother, I preserve it. And so I have that, and I did that, and I don't know how or why I thought of it. I just immediately, it's like my brain went into like survival mode and just came up with that question. And that's just one of the many ways and one of the many things that I've had to think about and pivot around in terms of this diagnosis. But it's definitely the biggest one that I had. Like, the biggest pivot for me was figuring out the motherhood thing.
And you've been very transparent and visible on social media about that journey.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to be. I feel like in this day and age, lung cancer is such a stigmatized disease because of the you know, attachment to smoking. You know, people just assume you did it to yourself. You know, but I'm sitting here at age 36 now, never having smoked with stage 4 lung cancer, and I'm still not a candidate to get screened for lung cancer. So clearly there's something wrong with the system. But you have to be transparent in your journey. You have to tell people the good, the bad, and the ugly. You can't just tell people the good because you're painting a wrong picture. And I feel like for so many years, that's kind of what we've all gotten as people on this planet, that, you know, if you smoke, you get lung cancer. If you smoke, you get lung cancer. That's only part of the picture. Smoking is not the only risk factor to get lung cancer. And so I feel like you have to do a full service to people when you have a diagnosis like this and share your journey, because there's a lot of people who can't, who don't feel compelled to share their journey, who don't feel like they can speak for themselves or speak up for themselves. And if you have the wherewithal and you have the ability to do so, I feel like you really should try to, because there are those that can't do it, haven't been able to do it, or don't know how. And maybe you doing so can help them do it too.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Emma.
I completely agree with everything that Jamie just said. I, as a registered nurse, I do have that medical background, so for me, I am surrounded by people in my field that know things. So, I mean, I went into there and the first thing I did was freeze my eggs before I started treatment. It does make it hard because I was 28 and I also just got married. So the thought of having kids is a beautiful thing that everyone should experience, but I think with cancer, it kind of takes a little bit more hesitant on starting that next step of your life, right? Mm-hmm. So I am honored that I was able to freeze my eggs, but I'm also terrified at the possibility of what could happen. So I think for advocating for myself, I'm not just doing it for me, I'm doing it for people who don't even know that they could maybe even get cancer, or the people who have passed that felt that they didn't know what to do and they passed of cancer, or anything like that. So for me, it's changed a lot in my life, and it's hard, but I'm also grateful for that, because I'm just think that I take every day with stride, and there's just so much in life to be grateful for. And like freezing my eggs, I might be able to have kids one day, so that's great, but I'm also just, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot to go through. When you get your diagnosis, you just kind of get everything thrown at you at once, and, you know, having to make all these very fast-paced like choices on your health and your future health is hard.
Yeah, as young as you were, as just recently, both of you newlyweds, I can't imagine having to face all of those decisions so abruptly, so quickly, and I'm happy for both of you as to where you are right now.
Thank you.
So you've heard us talking a lot about challenges, but this trio of women, you can tell they are using their voices, they are advocating for themselves, they're championing their own health. And so I want to talk a little bit about, yes, cancer steals possibility, but these three women are examples of how we are taking possibility back. And I'd love to just dig in a little bit with all three of you. Can you share, for those folks who might be looking to learn more, living with cancer, looking to learn more, looking to become advocates for themselves? Jamie, you said, if I can share my voice and help encourage someone else to speak up, that's part of it for you. But what tips, suggestions do you have for others who are looking to inform themselves and speak up for themselves and advocate for themselves so that they too can take possibility back? Darcy, I'm going to start with you.
When I thought about the title of this panel, Taking Back Possibility, I was thinking about, what does that mean to me as an individual advocate? What does that mean to our organization, Latinas Contra Cancer? And I thought of three things, if we could take anything away, at least from what we're doing at LCC. And the first one is cancer as a matter of social justice, right? So if we start from the very basic level of everybody deserves quality care, and what do we have to do in order to make sure that everybody, regardless of their ethnicity, race, language, zip code, employment, stages in their lives, deserves quality care, we can start to have better conversations about how we get them there. So cancer as a matter of social justice. The second is about equity. We can have all of the advancements. We can invest in technology. We can invest in lots of new ways to be better around the issue of cancer. But if we're not doing it through the lens of equity right from the front, there will always be some populations of patients, and disproportionately low-income patients and patients of color, rural patients, who will be left behind before they're brought up. So equity has to be at the forefront of all of the advancements we make in the area of cancer. And the third thing, so social justice, cancer is a social justice issue, cancer as an issue of equity, and starting from a foundation of equity. And then the third thing that we're doing, and we do those things, right? We're a social justice organization, we work in the area of equity. The third thing is building powerful patient populations. Patients have to not only feel powerful, but be powerful. Leveling out the power dynamic that exists between patients and healthcare systems. We heard earlier about all of the different gaps, and if we're not for their ferocious advocacy on behalf of themselves, it might be a different story. And so how do we enable, and I hesitate to use the word empower because I believe that everyone that we serve is very powerful already, right? So it just, hospitals and healthcare just complicated, right? So how do we get people the language of healthcare? So at Latinas Contra Cancer, we think a lot about how we build the power of patients, how we organize patients, how we educate patients, not just about cancer, but about their rights as patients, what's involved in their insurance, what demands or asks can they be making for themselves to their healthcare provider. And if we can start to make sure that patient populations, especially those that are most vulnerable to the health disparities that exist within cancer, are powerful and know how to use that power to effectively advocate for themselves and their loved ones, we can get closer to making sure that we are taking back the possibility that cancer can steal.
When I listen to you, Darcy, what's the response to people that avail themselves of Latinas Contra Cancer's resources, information, education? Tell us about some of the people that you work with, and after they've met you and after they've engaged with the organization, what is their response?
Well, first, let me tell you, it's an honor for me. I am like the least important person at LCC. So there's there's an amazing team of people at our organization who come from the community that we serve, who have similar life experiences to the people that we serve, and who are out there every single day working at that intersection of health justice and cancer. And then there's the folks who we serve, who are good at advocating for themselves, have come here from another country, have advocated for their children in their school systems, have advocated at social services, have advocated in other places. Again, it's just that healthcare is very complicated, right? And so the folks that we serve are brilliant and good at advocating for themselves, and they care about their families, and they want the best for themselves and for their loved ones. And this diagnosis comes right as they're already holding everything together, and it just is like the straw, right? The straw that breaks the camel's back, or so they say. And what I love about the population that we serve, and I say this with like a bittersweet, as I think about what I'm going to say right now, it's bittersweet because the population of folks that we serve who have been diagnosed with cancer and are working to not only survive but thrive into survivorship are resilient. But they shouldn't have to be so resilient. Like, patients should not have to be so resilient, and yet they are. So I get a lot of hope, right? I get a lot of inspiration from the clients that we serve, and just seeing how many obstacles they overcome to achieve that justice for themselves and for their families. And so in the midst of all of the social injustice that exists in the area of cancer, in the midst of really desperate situations that we experience with our clients every single day, even in the midst of really, really hard, tough, sometimes even traumatic conversations that we have, the least I can do is stay hopeful, because as a discipline, and because they're doing so much to move themselves forward. And we wholeheartedly believe that we all created these systems, and we can create improved ones too, right? And so we're very hopeful as an organization because of the people that we serve.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Darcy. Emma, what advice, suggestions, tips would you have for someone who is advocating for themselves or a loved one who's going through cancer?
I always say this, that you know your body better than anyone else, and whatever you are feeling is real, and it's just so important to listen to your body because it tells you things in many ways that you don't even know how it all works together. And even though you might seem like you're annoying your doctor, do it. It's fine. I mean, they hear it from a ton of people. If you don't feel comfortable doing it, it's really hard to feel like you're that annoying person, right? No one wants to be that. But when it comes to your health, you will never regret investing in it. And it's just so important to just keep doing it, because you need to have that paper trail almost of like having that documentation in there of everything that you are going through.
Thank you. Jamie, anything to add?
Yeah, lots to add. So advocacy means a couple of different things, and it can mean different things to different people. You know, like what I may consider advocacy may either not be enough for somebody or may be too much for somebody else. So you really have to, and there's no, like somebody earlier today said, there wasn't one size fits all, you know, in terms of certain things. So there isn't a one size fits all advocacy approach. You have to do what you are comfortable with and what you know that you can do and what's within your wheelhouse. So don't feel like you have to be the biggest, brightest star in whatever community you're in, or you have to do, you know, X, Y, and Z. You just need to advocate in a way that resonates with you and in a way that you can help affect other people. So if that means just a small thing every now and then that's a small thing every now and then. If that means a daily something, it's a daily something. And nobody is going to look at you one way or another for the way that you advocate. But I think that the point of the story is that you need to do something, you know, because the silence is what kills you. The silence is what doesn't move the needle forward. Even if you're making just a little teeny peep, even in the quietest of rooms, you can hear a teeny peep. So you have to make sure that whatever you're doing, you're comfortable with. You have to make sure that you're just doing something. And at the end of the day, you know, if you feel like you've helped at least one person, job accomplished, you know, because the each one teach one is a snowball effect. And if each of us do something for somebody else, think about the impact that that can make. Certain things, small, even small conversations like this one, if we impacted any of you guys today, then we did our job. You know, if you walk away with any nuggets of information from Darcy, Emma, and myself, then we did a good job. And I feel like I can sleep at night knowing that I helped doing that. You know, and it took me a while to get to this point. I didn't just wake up in the morning and say, yeah, I'm going to do it. It was never, I didn't just wake up and think this way. You know, you have to go through your process. You know, when you get a diagnosis like this, it's not like you just, boom, I'm an advocate. You know, you have to grieve. You have to come to terms with the things that you want to do. You have to really think about what this means and go through those emotions. It's not healthy to bottle them up and pretend like they don't exist. Feel them. Let them run through you. Go through it. Go through those motions, but don't stay there. You know, once you get past those things, adjust yourself and start advocating so that other people don't have to feel the same way you felt, or that maybe other, you know, people who can't advocate can find some, you know, inspiration from you and what you're doing. You know, everything is a little teeny bit makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you that are interested, Jamie does advocate on social media. You can find her on social media and get these nuggets of wisdom that she's sharing every single day. Thank you.
Not every day. That's not within my wheelhouse, but a lot of times.
Emma, when I think you shared you work in the healthcare profession, and you know that's part of your experience living with breast cancer. You see it through multiple lenses. When you think about taking possibility back through that healthcare lens, what does that mean for you?
I think that for me, I tend to read a lot of studies, which maybe if you were in the medical field probably wouldn't know what any of the gibberish means, but for me, I just think that all of this is just giving me a really great opportunity to take it all in. It's like, okay, I know what's going on in my body. I don't like it. I'm going to change it. And I think that for me, I have been really pushing like the whole like watching what you eat, being active, being an advocate, telling your doctor what's going on, the good, the bad, the ugly, you know. I love advocating for patients. I just think it's so important that to try not to make them feel like what they are experiencing is not actually happening, because we don't know. Everyone's body is different. Whatever you are feeling, it's there. And I think that all of this, although it's been terrible, I have had just switched the role of it and been like, you know what, this is actually maybe a good thing. And I can teach others, I can do this, I can change my life and hopefully advocate for others in this role.
Wow, turning lemons into lemonade and taking possibility back.
Yeah.
Who's your support? Who do you turn to for support?
I mean, friends, family, my husband, he's been great through all of this. He's been by my side. My mom went through breast cancer, so she was there every step of the way. They drove me to all my appointments, and even though it was COVID, they couldn't go inside. They sat in the parking lot, which is amazing. And I just think that I really also turn to others that are going through this too, because no one else knows what you're going through except for someone who has been in a similar, like the role that we're in. And I hope that no one ever experiences this, but in these chances, it's nice to have people like Jamie and Darcy who understand and feel heard. I feel heard when I'm hanging out with them, you know?
Yes, we saw evidence of that during breakfast this morning.
I ran home after to the hotel to make a TikTok account because I didn't have one. So I was like, I'm going to need to be on TikTok. So that's how committed I am to this.
Thank you. Jamie, you have a mantra.
I do.
Do you want to tell the audience here in the room and virtually about your mantra and what drives that?
Yes, I do. So I have two mantras, but I'll give you one of them. Can't give you all my secrets. So my mantra is, I may have cancer, but cancer does not have me. And that came from a friend of mine. I can't trademark that. It was an event that I was at, and she came up to kind of give the closing about the speech that I gave. And she said that, and I was like, oh, that's mine now. And I gobbled it up and I kept it. But the mantra for me is, when I have my days, and I have my days like any other person does, I'm not just happy-go-lucky, and it took a long time for me to get to a point in my journey where I can talk about what I'm going through and laugh. I know a lot of people are like, how is she so happy and laughing? I had to get here. If you had asked me these questions December of 2018 or January, crying, blubbering mess on the stage, you wouldn't hear anything. But I've gone through my process and my acceptance and, my why me, what did I do? And then I started to reframe it and start to think, why not me? If I feel like it's just confidence, but I just feel like if anybody could get lung cancer and do something big about it, it would be me. So why not take this as an opportunity to educate other people and to show people that it could happen to you as well. I'm just a regular person that got a really crappy hand, and I'm trying to make the best of that hand as I can. But my mantra really comes in handy for me when I start to think about the goals and things that I set for myself. Because, we always look at cancer from this lens of it, even with this campaign, we look at cancer from the lens of what it takes from you, and the possibility it takes away and what it robs from you as a person. And a lot of times we get stuck looking at, we don't open our vision up enough. We get stuck looking at one direct thing and we don't pay attention to the bigger picture. And I came to terms with that, with this mantra because it made me think about my goals and what I wanted to do. And I started to think and really break down what it was, like motherhood, for example. I had to figure out, am I more concerned about the process of being a mother or the end result of being a mother? Do I just care about the baby pictures and, the gender reveals and all that good stuff? Or do I care about the actual moments where I'm raising a child? And for me, it was realizing that I care about the child and the raising of the child and creating that connection with the child. So it doesn't matter how I get to that finish line. It just matters that I get there. So if that's surrogacy, if it's adoption, if it's, whatever, then so be it. It doesn't change the fact that I'm a mother, And so once you start to come to terms with your goals and what's more important to you about that goal, you start to realize that cancer hasn't taken anything from you. Cancer has just shifted your perspective so that you can still do what you need to do. It just may not look like what you originally thought it was going to look like, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you did it. So don't think that cancer is going to, take away everything from you. Change your perspective and see, okay, well, how can I still do this and still make this happen? And that's how you take the power back from cancer.
Love it. Love it. And I see Emma nodding along. Do you want to add something, Emma?
I just think that, although this is a not fun experience, I think that it's changed everything in my life, and I'm so grateful for it. And that sounds silly, but I'm grateful for everything in life. It could be very minuscule things that I'm doing throughout the day, but I'm doing it. And I think that it's allowed me to take full control of my health and really shake my world in a way that I think is almost positive, in taking control of what I can and cannot do.
Thank you for sharing that. Darcy, looking at you, hearing these stories, hearing this empowerment from Emma and Jamie, what do you have to add?
I spend a lot of my time dreaming about healthcare systems, dreaming about a world that doesn't exist yet, right? Dreaming about a world where we've achieved health equity, where everyone gets the care that they deserve, a world where healthcare is just better for the folks that we serve, folks within my own family as well. And it reminds me of, as I'm sitting here listening and just really in awe of your stories, as I hear more and more of them. It reminds me of a quote that I may not say accurately, but it's a quote that kind of goes like, and Mario Cava, who also talks about health being a discipline, says, not only is a new world possible, it's not only possible, but it's on its way. And I feel very confident, and maybe it's some of you who are in this room too, right, who have decision-making powers, who have influence in these systems, that we will achieve health equity and health justice in the future, particularly and especially for the patients who fall through the cracks. I can, after hearing these stories and being a part of this panel today, even more clearly see a healthcare system where equity and justice is within it. And to where we are as one community really fighting people versus cancer and doing it from a place of equity. And so I'm just feeling, in addition to continuing to feel honored, just deeply inspired and hopeful by what becomes possible when we continue to have these conversations, what becomes possible when we continue to have events like this, and what becomes possible when we, as you mentioned, turn the narrative around and look through a different lens about the issue of cancer.
Thanks, Darcy. And as we predicted, this time flew with all of you, both here in the room and online. And we only have a few minutes left, but I want to give each of our panelists just an opportunity to share one final takeaway, one thing that if you wanted this audience to leave with today, if you could share that. Emma, you want to start?
Oh, sure. I think that the biggest thing is that you can take control of your health even though you might not be dealt the best cards. You have the opportunity to voice yourself and change it, and hopefully by you speaking up, it can help others speak up and change the future of healthcare too.
Awesome, thank you. Darcy?
What I'm thinking about is whichever role you're playing in the cancer continuum, whatever position you're holding, whatever role it is that you're playing, whatever brought you here today, whatever that title or job might be, you have the ability to advocate. You can be an advocate wherever you are. You can be an advocate individually, you can join with others and be an advocate collectively, you can join with communities and be part of communities of advocates. And the one thing I'd like to leave you all with today is find the place within what you do on a daily basis where you are going to contribute to the amazing advocacy that's happening every single day across this country. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Darcy. And Jamie, we're going to end with you.
No pressure. No pressure. Just end with me. If I could leave, can I leave two things?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Yes, absolutely.
So, the first thing I wanted, because Darcy just brought something to the forefront of my mind, in exactly what she said, find your pocket of advocacy that works for you. And remember that it's, it could be just as simple as educating people and correcting people. There's a lot of times where people will look at me and go, oh, but you didn't smoke. And I'll stop them right there and say, I know you think that. However, that's not the only way you get lung cancer. So taking people as soon as you get them and re-educating them immediately is a form of advocacy. It's a very, very easy form of advocacy. You're just correcting and adjusting for stigmas and things. That's super important. So to tie that into everything, just find that lane that works for you, but get involved somehow and help the fight move forward. Because if you're, the quietness and the silence is what keeps the needle from moving forward altogether. And my final thought is, this is not just for cancer, this is just for general life advice. Like I mentioned earlier, figure out what your goals are and really figure out if you're more concerned with the process or the end result. And that's gonna really tell you and really open up opportunities for you to make your goals possible. Sometimes we set these goals for ourselves and think they're super lofty and we can't do them and it's just pie in the sky kind of stuff. But a lot of times if you really break down what that goal is and what it is about that goal that you're really passionate about, you can find alternative ways to get there. And like I said, it may not look like what you originally set out or what you originally planned for it to look like, but if all you care about is that end result, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I took a zigzag to get to my point A or my point B. The point is, I'm there. So once you come to terms with those kind of feelings and those decisions, that will help you craft, easier ways to get to your goals, whether it's in cancer, real life, whatever it is you're looking to do. So that is my nugget that I will leave with you guys today.
Thank you so much, Jamie. We talked a lot about how cancer can steal possibility, but we talked even more today about how we can take possibility back. And so I'm hoping that we're leaving you with lots of good nuggets, wisdom to take into your daily lives, as our panelists have described. And if you'd like to learn more about the Taking Possibility Back in the Face of Cancer campaign, you can go to www.gilead.com. I'd like to thank all of you here in the room. I'd like to thank all of you participating virtually. I'd like to give a special shout out to my Gilead colleagues who are watching in viewing rooms in Foster City, California and Parsippany, New Jersey. But can we give this amazing panel just a huge round of applause?
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to continue with this afternoon's programming to discuss survivorship, equitable cancer care, and prevention. Before we get started, we want to recognize our underwriters, Foundation Medicine, Gilead, Pfizer, and PhRMA, for supporting the Atlantic's journalism today. Also, we want you to be a part of the conversation happening online. If you want to post on social, please use hashtag #PeopleVCancer. And to the virtual audience, you can submit questions via the Q&A tab on your screens. Now, let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grammy nominations were announced. The most honored artist this year with 11 nominations is Mr. John Batiste, right there.
I feel like we're living a life of contrasts.
Why? What you mean?
It's just a lot.
I'm always in awe of Suleika, how she deals with hardship.
My first day of chemo, his 11 Grammy nominations were announced.
I won the biggest prize in music, come home, she's back in the hospital. This is what we're dealing with.
We both see survival as a creative act.
Can you fly on your own?
These rings are a token of your marriage covenant.
In the world today, butterfly flying home.
How are you doing right now?
I have faith that everything can change. My mind is always making things. It's the way that I process my life.
If a symphony orchestra was created right now, what would that sound like? We're gonna play it one night only at Carnegie Hall.
Music comes from life experiences.
We've both had so many good things happening.
And the Grammy goes to John Batiste.
and so many incredibly hard things.
Would this remission last years and then come back? We don't know.
I honestly don't know how to hold such extremes.
You have to confront the brutal reality, but at the same time, have completely unwavering faith.
Here to discuss Journeying Through Remission, please welcome author, journalist, and motivational speaker, Suleika Jaouad. Here to lead the conversation is The Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg.
We're going to sit on the couch. I guess we're sitting on the couch together. Is that what we're supposed to do? Okay.
Great.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks for watching that. This is comfortable. It's a little bit too comfortable, actually. That's quite a trailer, by the way. Quite effective at getting the emotions going. So you all know this is not going to be a hard-hitting investigative interview. Suleika, we are. I'm very pleased to count Suleika and John as old friends from before a time when they were both famous, and we're just regular extraordinary people, not famous extraordinary people. But one of the things I'm just going to talk about you for a minute, so you can just sit there and relax.
Awkwardly.
Yeah, just just take your time. One of the things, both of them are very unusual human beings, unusually selfless, especially for people who have real achievements to their names. And one of the things about Suleika is that she possesses this kind of grace and calm under all kinds of pressure. I don't mean just on the medical side. I mean in every way. And she, like John, is always creating. And cancer didn't stop that, doesn't stop that. And so it's a pleasure to talk to you about the film and about your life. I don't know if you've ever done this in public before, have we?
I don't think we have.
I can't remember. It must have been very memorable if we did, because I can't remember. But why don't you just talk a little bit about not only the film, which is coming out soon, the documentary, which is great. I also have a starring role, I need to point out.
He
2
does.
lines off camera. It's my proudest achievement. It's my biggest achievement. But why don't you talk about the origin of the idea and the thing that obviously we've talked about this. I've been interested in talking about this. Is your decision to be your whole self in the framework of this? I mean, the camera gets into some. This is what makes it an interesting documentary, of course. But the camera gets into some pretty intimate spaces and very vulnerable spaces. And listen to me, I sound like I'm 25. Intimate and vulnerable spaces. But but you made a decision to allow a documentary filmmaker to invade your life and the most private parts of your life. So I'm curious how you came to that decision. But why don't you start with just the origins of the doc itself?
Hi, everyone. So I'm a deeply private person, which might seem like a bizarre thing to say given...
With a microphone in your hand.
With a microphone in my hand, and given that at this point, you know, aside from some reporting, I've spent most of my career writing in the first person. So initially, this documentary was supposed to be a process film about John's composing of American Symphony. American Symphony, the premise of American Symphony is that John wanted to imagine what a symphony would sound like if it was composed in the 21st century, and it follows the whole diaspora of American music. So when he approached our friend, the brilliant director, Matt Heineman, to do this doc, I was so excited and 100% in support, and willing, to be a part of that film and whatever supporting role made sense. And about 2 weeks after they started shooting, I learned that after nearly a decade-long remission, my leukemia was back, and it wasn't just back, it was back with a vengeance. And at that point, we had some very honest, very hard conversations about if the trajectory of the film was going to change, and if it was going to include not just the chronicling of American Symphony, but the symphony of life that was happening behind closed doors. And so anytime I'm thinking about writing in the first person or sharing my life in any capacity, it feels very important to be grounded in a bigger why behind that sharing. I'm not interested in just, culling from the details of my life because they're juicy or because they're interesting. But ultimately, I and John and I decided to tell that part of the story as well. And from the very first day of shooting, I knew that if we were going to share the cancer aspect of what was unfolding, I wanted to share as vulnerably as I could, because one of my frustrations with the way that illness narratives are told, and specifically cancer narratives, is so often they follow the hero's journey arc. You return from an experience like illness better and braver and wiser for what you've been through. And so often these stories are told from the perspective of someone who's survived. But for me, with this recurrence and going into a second bone marrow transplant, I knew that the odds were stacked against me, and I wanted to tell that story from the trenches of treatment, from that deep place of uncertainty when you don't know if you're going to survive. And I wanted to show not just how it affects the patient, but it affects the caregiver, the entire family unit. And so that's what we did. And I'll confess to saying, that there were moments where I didn't want a camera in my face. I don't like to cry in public. And, as tempting as it was to try to barricade myself in those moments of vulnerability, I also knew that they were probably the most important moments to share. So this is all to say that, despite making this decision, it was a struggle every day to have a camera present for those most difficult, vulnerable moments.
What was the hardest day?
So, is anyone here familiar with bone marrow transplant? Okay. So about 100 days after the bone marrow transplant, it's considered, a big milestone, not only because you're 100 days out, but it's also the day where you receive all the results of your transplant and find out if it's working and what's going to happen next. And so my mom and John and me and Matt went to this doctor's appointment, and we had no idea what the oncologist was going to say.
And he's filming.
And I learned in that appointment that my transplant for now had worked. But unlike the first time, there is no cure in sight. I will be in treatment indefinitely for the rest of my life, however long or short that may be. And while it was good news to know that I was in remission, that the transplant had worked, that word indefinite felt so crushing. I've done reporting in correctional settings. Jeff was a great mentor to me during my first reported story at a prison hospice, and people say that you can survive anything as long as you can see the horizon. And for the first time in my life, I couldn't see the horizon. It's one thing, as many people in this room have experienced, you know, to go through harrowing chemotherapy treatments. When you know that there's an end date in sight, it becomes a much bigger mental struggle than a physical one to try to figure out how to not only survive, but to actually live and thrive and flourish. And so that moment of reckoning with the ongoingness of this was devastating. And to have a camera there capturing not just me, but my mom's reaction and John's reaction felt so exposing and yet necessary. Because there are lots of people in this world who are dealing with the ongoingness of treatment, who for many different reasons cannot see the horizon. And so as hard as it was to feel an extremis in that way, I also knew that it was important. And I want to say just one thing. In that scene, my oncologist, who I adore, said something to me that he repeated to me many times after, and he said, "You have to live every day as if it's your last." And I knew that was coming from a good place, but each time, you know, when he said it to me then, when he continued to say it to me each time, I felt this immense sense of panic, this sense that I had to seize every moment, that I needed to wring as much meaning out of every day. And that's a lot of pressure. And I've come to believe that if we were to all live every day as if it were our last, we would be cheating on our spouses and robbing banks, and the whole world would be burning down.
Eating an ungodly amount of ice cream.
Exactly. And so I've had to think of a new way of moving through this ongoingness. And I said to him not that long ago, I said, I'd like to offer an alternate thing that you can say to me and to patients in my situation. And what helps me is not living every day as if it's my last. It's living every day as if it's my first. It's waking up with the awe and wonder and curiosity that a newborn might. And when I wake up with those words in mind, I'm not thinking about what I can get, what I can seize, what I can wring out of a day, out of a life. I'm thinking about what I can give. And so, you know, this process of making this film has sparked so many conversations, so many questions, and that to me is when I know I've done my job right, when that first person I creates a reverberation and it becomes a you and hopefully a we.
In case you were wondering why I think she's one of the greatest people I've ever met, that answer was a pretty good example. I mean, your patience with everyone is interesting, and the fact that you didn't say to your oncologist, obviously you have a great relationship overall with your oncologist, but I'd like to offer you an alternative is a lot nicer than saying, stop saying that, for God's sake, stop saying that. But, and this is something we've talked about, and I want you to discuss this a little bit in depth. All of the things that people say to you, and by the way, it's been quite a long time that you've been doing this, so you've accumulated quite a lot of awkwardness. But talk about that. Talk about the things that that you want to hear, and talk about the things that you don't want to hear from people when they're inquiring about what's going on with you.
Yeah. And I just want to go on record and say that I have been the person, I am still the person in moments when confronted with a loved one's tragedy where I don't know what to say. There's a reason why when we're met with the news of a tragedy or a crisis, we say words fail. Sometimes there aren't words to hold the fabric of, immense loss or being confronted with your finitude. But the most important thing, I think, is that, often when we don't know what to say, we don't say anything at all, and we stay away because of it. And that, to me, as the person who's, been on the receiving end of that kind of silence, feels most hurtful. What I think, if you're that person, or when I'm that person who doesn't know what to say, is actually a really honest way of opening that conversation, is by literally saying, I don't know what to say. I want to be here for you. I love you. And I am at a loss. I'm trying to find the right words, and because of that, I can't find any words. And some of the most powerful conversations that I've had have stemmed from that kind of honesty. The other thing I'll say is, so often, our response is, what can I do to help? As someone who does not like asking for help, I can pretty much guarantee you that I will never call on someone for help, even when they say, I want to help. And so instead, there doesn't need to be some grand gesture. I often think, if you like dogs, offer to walk someone's dogs. If you find mowing the lawn meditative, show up and mow somebody's lawn. I had a friend of mine, when I was undergoing my transplant, I spent 6 weeks in the hospital in medical isolation. She couldn't visit me. She loves to dance. She is not a professional dancer. And one day she called me and said, look outside your window. And she was dancing on York Avenue like a mad woman. People were staring, people were laughing, and she just danced for 2 minutes. That was it. And it brought me so much joy. And so do the thing you already like to do. And when you offer help, offer it with some specificity. And as far as things not to say, I think it can be so unbearable to watch someone you love suffer that our temptation is to say everything's going to be all right, or you just need to stay positive, or you need to search for the silver lining. Barbara Ehrenreich has written a lot about the cult of positivity in our culture, and while all of those phrases come from a good place, in my experience, they can be silencing. They can lead to a breakdown in communication, and when everyone is trying to put on a brave, stoic, positive face for each other, then what that ends up causing is a deep sense of isolation, where everyone is carrying their fears, which are often shared fears, silently. And so if you can, inviting someone to speak about the things that aren't positive, to speak about their grief, to speak about their anger, maybe their sense of resentment or jealousy that their life has been put on pause when everyone else is moving forward, and to just ask questions without trying to offer a corrective or a solution, or to tie everything up in a perfect, happy bow.
Can you talk a little bit about partially the film is about this, but talk a little bit about your relationship with John, because he's been on this path with you for a long time, and you met cute, as people would say. And
Gotta meet cute.
Yeah. Well, go tell the story of you and John, and bring us to the role he plays in helping you deal with all the things that you have to deal with, and talk about how it affects the relationship.
Yeah. So John and I met at the world's most awkward gathering place for teenagers, which is to say band camp. I was 12, he was 14. And we have orbited in and out of each other.
It was basically all braces at the time.
Braces, yeah. Poor social skills, anxiety around people of the opposite sex, all the things that you probably think band camp are like, that was the case. But we stayed friends, and I play the upright bass. I'm a classical musician, although I should probably say that in the past tense. I was a classical musician. And when I was 22 years old and I received my first diagnosis of leukemia, I spent about a month in the hospital at Mount Sinai, and I was extraordinarily isolated. I didn't know how to talk about what I was going through. I barely told any of my friends. It felt like a breach of contract with the natural order of things to receive a cancer diagnosis at 22, at a moment in my life where I was supposed to be launching myself into the world and being an independent adult. And none of the standard chemotherapy treatments worked for me that summer. And on the day that I received that news and learned that my only option at that point was a phase 2 clinical trial, John learned through a mutual friend that I was sick. And he was in the middle of rehearsal with his band, and he brought his entire band to the hospital. And right there in my hospital room, he put on an impromptu concert that, turned into a second line the way they do in New Orleans. And as the sound of music started filtering into the hallways, patients and doctors and nurses started coming out, and people began to laugh and dance and sing. And on such a difficult day, it also became my most joyous day, and a reminder to me, like I say in the trailer, that survival really is its own kind of creative act. And so, long story short, John and I ended up getting together several years later. And by the time that I learned of my leukemia's recurrence, we had been together for a decade. And like a lot of people during the pandemic, we were talking about getting married, but had decided to wait until we could gather with our loved ones. And so the day before my second transplant, before I was admitted to the hospital, John was like, we should get married. We should just do it now. We've been wanting to do this. And so we got our virtual marriage license while I was in the OR getting prepped to have a port put in my chest. And that night we got married in the living room of our house, which was under construction. And he rented a grand piano just for the night. And we had a tiny little gathering of about 4 or 5 people. We didn't have rings, we had bread ties. And as John put it, we had a plan, and we were not going to let cancer get in the way of that plan. And, I've had the opposite experience of watching the way the immense stressors of cancer and navigating the healthcare system can erode a partnership and a romantic relationship. And so to be confronted with this very different approach, to me, gave me a sense of hope that I needed. It oriented my gaze not toward what I was about to go through, but toward this future with this beloved and the faith that I would get to exist in that future. And so if any of you ever have to go through a bone marrow transplant, I highly recommend a makeshift living room wedding as a send-off, or renewing your vows, or whatever it is that you need to do. But it really is the moment of accountability that all relationships arc toward. How do we show up for each other when the ceiling caves in?
I highly recommend John Batiste showing up for your bone marrow playing a bone marrow transplant. But if not, you can buy his albums; they're great. Talk a little bit about your expertise. You're a journalist. You're highly conscious of the broader trends swirling around about you. You've been in and out of the medical system since you were 22 in earnest. I mean, you have a lot of people in this room who are experts in the field and involved in this field. You could write a book on this, obviously, but what's an observation or a piece of advice you would give to the people who are in charge from a patient perspective, that the thing that you want to share with people?
So my struggle both times did not begin with a diagnosis. It began with a very long road to finding an actual diagnosis. The first time I got sick, I was misdiagnosed for a year. I had this relentless, mysterious itch. I was exhausted all the time, and the first doctor I saw gave me a sample of an anti-anxiety medication. The second doctor I saw noticed that I was anemic and sent me home with iron supplements and told me this was very common in young women. And eventually, after months and months of infections and bouts of bronchitis and colds, I ended up getting hospitalized for a week. And they discussed the possibility of a bone marrow biopsy and ultimately decided it wasn't necessary for someone of my age. And they released me from the hospital with a diagnosis of burnout syndrome and a recommendation to take a month-long leave from work. And so when I got my actual diagnosis, my first reaction felt kind of perverse, and it was relief. Relief that I was being believed. Relief to know what was wrong with me, and to not just have it attributed to some psychological source. Relief now that we knew what was wrong, even though it was devastating and terrifying, to actually hopefully put together a plan of action and to treat this disease. And I wish I could say that 10 years later, with a documented history of leukemia, that road to my second diagnosis was easier, but it wasn't. Similarly, I had all the same symptoms, and yet it was first attributed to Lyme disease. And I knew better. I had learned how to advocate for myself, and advocating for yourself is not easy. It's usually learned the hard way. And even when I pushed for a bone marrow biopsy, on the day of my biopsy when I showed up, my medical team said to me, "We're just doing this to ease your anxiety. It isn't necessary. Are you sure you want to do this? You can still change your mind." And I felt embarrassed. I felt hysterical. I felt like I was being melodramatic. But here's the thing is, if you're wrong, then you can rest easy. And if you push and you're right, then you can do something about it. And I pushed for that bone marrow biopsy, in part because I knew deep in my bones that something was wrong, but also because I had asked a very busy, very successful friend to come with me to take a day off of work. And I wanted it to make it feel worth her while. And that's a ridiculous thing to admit. I'm embarrassed to admit it. But we have a lot of work to do in terms of confronting our unconscious biases around age and race and gender and socioeconomic standing. And we have a lot of work to do in terms of actually believing our patients and listening to them.
It was a great answer. I'm sure I speak for everyone in this room when I say we can listen to you literally all day, but we have the tyranny of the clock to deal with. But before we go, tell everyone about your next book projects, and tell them when they could watch American Symphony.
So,
commercial plug now.
Easy answer. You can watch American Symphony worldwide on Netflix November 29th and in select theaters on November 24th. And I will try to make this very brief, but during this most recent transplant, I was on certain medications that caused my vision to blur and double, and I couldn't see very well. And so I couldn't reach for the thing that has gotten me through my most difficult passages, which is writing. And instead, I began to paint. I began to paint watercolors and these sort of biblical, nightmarish, fever dream visions of what I was going through. And so, in my experience, creativity is my way of alchemizing these hardest moments and trying to wrench meaning from them and to transform them into something interesting and meaningful and even beautiful. So my next book is called Drowning Practice. I'm working on it right now, and it is a collection of those paintings and essays.
I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the premiere, and I think we're all grateful to be able to listen to your wisdom. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone.
And now for a conversation on a community in crisis, closing the breast cancer gap. Please welcome Ricky Fairley, CEO at Touch, the Black Breast Cancer Alliance, Monique Gary, breast surgical oncologist at Grandview Health. Here to lead the conversation is the Atlantic's executive producer of audio, Claudine Abayed.
Hello. Welcome, Dr. Monique Gary and Ricky Fairley. I'm very excited to talk to you today. If we have time at the end of this session, we're going to take some questions from the audience, both the audience here in New York and the virtual audience. So hopefully we'll have some time for that. Throughout the sessions today, we've heard about the gaps in equity in our medical system. And I wanted to actually start out by attaching what I think is a very startling and also unacceptable statistic to that phrase, gap in equity. The American Cancer Society says that Black women are 41% more likely to die from breast cancer than white women. I find that to be a startling and unacceptable statistic. As of 2019, breast cancer became the leading cause of cancer for Black women. And so I wanted to start with you, Dr. Gary, to ask about what is different in breast cancer for Black women?
Well, thank you for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. And this question really highlights the importance of what we don't know more than what we do know. So while the anatomy of the breast is certainly the same between a black woman and a white woman, the way a cell responds, for example, to things like environment, to things like food insecurity and poverty, to generational trauma, to cancer treatment response. Those things might be different, and there is an emerging science to suggest that there are some differences in both gene expression and in things like liver enzymes and how we metabolize those enzymes. But for many, many years, if you look up the statistics for breast cancer for black women, it highlights the fact that there are barriers and socioeconomic things and maybe lack of breastfeeding and, you know, all of these sort of social and structural determinants of health without admitting that there might actually be a science behind these things. And so researchers are really beginning to dig into that to better understand why this statistic exists, because when you take women from really well-financed backgrounds, right, high educational levels, women in military, women who've gotten screening every year, those statistics are still the same. The mortality is still higher. The rate of recurrence is still twice that. Structurally, there may be some differences. Black women have up to 20 to 30% greater breast density than white women, and I don't think we've had that conversation surrounding breast density and what's happening in the guidelines as well. So we got some room, I think, to have a more enlightened conversation about the differences, and not just from a racial standpoint, but from a scientific one.
And what new technologies are there being developed to account for personalized testing and care, if any?
So many, and I think you'll hear a little bit in the next session, but I really want people to be encouraged. In the era of personalized medicine, we are beginning to personalize not just the treatment, but even the screening. I get the chance to work with a wonderful company called BEXA. We utilize something called breast elastography. Here's our little squeezy. You squeeze it, Ricky. That's the only squeeze you get with a BEXA, right? And so we're in this age of innovation where it's important that we include women of color who have been historically excluded from a lot of these trials and a lot of the innovation in science. But there is hope, and there is early detection innovation. There is innovation in treatment and personalized genomic medicine, how tumors respond. But when you look at who's involved in the data, in the research, we still see these gaps in racial representation, in ethnic representation, and in regional representation as well.
I'm so glad you brought up trials, because I know, Ricky, that's something that you are working on very diligently. And so I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the work that you're doing around clinical trials, and what are the barriers for black women to get into trials, and how can we eliminate those barriers?
Sure, there's so many barriers, but and I think part of it, even the issue around the higher mortality rate, is that the drugs that we have right now as standard of care were never tested on black bodies. And so we don't know that they're working effectively. They work for some, like I was given 2 years to live, and I had to take experimental drugs beyond standard of care to stay alive for 12 more years. So I'm very blessed, and this is my God job. But I know that I've got to get more black women into clinical trials to advance the science to get better drugs for us, or drugs that work more effectively for us. So we launched a campaign about 1.5 years ago called When We Trial. If you go to whenwetrial.org, you can see where we basically are bringing lived experience from breasties who have been on trials to talk about trials and the experience. And we're educating around, first of all, doctors don't invite us, so we have to advocate for ourselves and stand up for ourselves to get invited to trials, to participate in trials. But secondly, there's this fear of the unknown. And people kind of want to blame it on the earned medical mistrust, but it's really just not understanding how the science works. We don't understand that you're going to get standard of care, that you're going to get a drug, that you're not just going to be hung out to dry to die from an experimental drug. And so once you explain it in words they can spell, from the voice of trust, the voice of a breastie, we get it, sign me up, I don't want to die. And so in the past 1.5 years, we also have put a lot of social media into the world to explain it to people, but we've done 60 events in the last 52 weeks in the community. I like to say where black women live, work, play, pray, and slay. And we go into the community and go to the women, not at health fairs, but on the beach, at every black sorority convention, at every Jack and Jill convention, all the black organizations, to be with women, explaining trials to them and educating them, and they get it. And so far, we've now signed up almost 15,000 black women for clinical trials in the past year.
Amazing.
So.
Amazing.
There's an additional barrier that we have to address also, and I think a lot of the partners for this event have done a nice job of that, which is that if 70 to 80% of black women get their care in community hospitals, but the research is done at the academic centers, how do we get folks to where these trials are and where the innovation is? And so we really have to look at democratizing where cancer research happens and make sure that community oncologists have resources in order to execute the trials where women are.
Right.
Because that's a big barrier, I think, to inclusion in clinical trials.
In my ideal world, I would have a trial facility in every black neighborhood. And imagine a Victorian house. You walk down the street, you open the wrought iron gate, you walk up on the porch, the beautiful black grandmother gives you a hug, takes your 3 kids into the playroom, feeds them spaghetti, takes you into the treatment room, gives you a warm blanket and a cup of tea, and turns on Luther Vandross and gives you the shot. And I know that's crazy, but I think, I know, but it's not about, it's got to be more than the science. It's got to be about love and life. And we're doing trials not to be an experiment, but to live longer.
Ricky, you're so passionate, and you talk about breasties. I wonder if you could tell the audience a little bit about what a breastie is and also your personal journey.
Sure, a breastie is someone who's had breast cancer, or we call Dr. Mo a breastie because she's so much a part of our love story. But the breastie love thing is something that I can't even explain. It's the most amazing women in the world, and once you sort of are in this club that you really don't want to be in, it's unconditional love, and so it's really important. But I was diagnosed with stage 3A triple negative breast cancer. I did a double mastectomy. I did 6 rounds of standard of care chemo, 6 weeks of radiation, was told I was okay. Came back 2 months later for a scan. They found 5 spots on my chest wall. My doctor gave me 2 years to live and said, get your affairs in order. I said, I can't really die right now. I have a daughter at Dartmouth. I got to pay tuition. So me, you, and God have to work this out. What are we going to do? And I fought for myself to find a doctor who would put me into experimental research, and that's what I did, and I didn't die, and it's been 12 years. So this is my God job.
Dr. Gary, what about you? Can you tell us a little bit about what fire burns in you that makes you keep doing this work?
Sure. Sometimes I like to say cancer picked the wrong one, but I guess it probably picked the right one. My mother had ovarian cancer, and she died at 29 with 2 girls. I was 7, my sister was 10, and my grandmother took us in and raised us, and then she got breast cancer, not once, but twice. And each time some doctor told her, well, ma'am, you maybe have 6 months to live, guess you get your affairs in order. And this seems to be kind of a recurring theme with the crappy things that doctors say to patients here. But she said, no, I have my granddaughters I have to raise, and one of them said she's going to cure cancer, so I don't really have time to die. And I watched her advocate for herself each time, and she died 25 years later of heart disease. And so it put a fire in me, I think, to really help women to give back a little bit of what cancer tries to take from them, and then take it a step further. I get to do things like I'm an associate professor for health equity at Dartmouth, and we're infusing into the curriculum, ways for clinicians to engage in this work and to truly understand what health equity means from the lens of the clinician, because what's missing from so many of these conversations, we got advocacy groups who are signing up 15,000 women, but where are the doctors? And where is their heart, and where is their spirit, and where is, besides the commercial, may cause cancer, may cause this, may cause blindness, those are our commercials, right? But where's the commercial where the doctor says, but I want you to live. Right. And I do this because I love you, and I want to see you have a healthy, happy, thriving life. So I get to do that work, and I guess that's my God job.
Yep.
Dr. Gary, can you talk a little bit more about that, about doctors in the community and the importance of that, and what you would want to see change? What do you envision is the right way for us to be doing this?
Doctors in the community have a tough time, and some of it is our fault. When you look at, for example, what happened during COVID, right? It was do this, don't do that, wear a mask, don't wear a mask. And our rep right now is kind of flimsy as a community. And I think we have an obligation and really a privilege to bridge trust and to rebuild trust in every single community. I practice in rural Pennsylvania, where people don't trust doctors for a different reason than folks in inner city Philadelphia don't trust doctors. But the end result is everybody wants something that's not a drug, and they're all kind of sitting there like, are you on the take? And so we have to do a lot of work, I think, to rebuild and help folks understand that we want to partner with them. And that's tough to do in a 15-minute encounter. Right? When I hear, our last panelist said that the doctor told her, live every day like it's your last. It's a terrible thing to say. Terrible. I tell my patients, live every day like it's your first. don't expect bad things. Don't expect to feel bad all the time. Right? Can we live in wonder and excitement about this day and what it's going to bring? And so I think my hope is that community doctors would start to embrace that a little bit more, but it's hard when you're 4 exam rooms behind and you got 20 charts to finish at the end of the day. So the healthcare system right now, it's bending and it's breaking, and I think that we have a lot of work to do to help to repair that so that clinicians can even get to the point of seeing that there's a person attached to that chart and that tumor and that diagnosis, and there's an ecosystem attached to that, and to reconnect with that.
I think also, you know, I watch her and, you know, we do a web series together, but the first thing she says to a new patient is, I'm going to treat you like family. And I think that's the key, the golden rule, what everybody taught it, what your mother taught you when you were 2 years old. And I think if we had the golden rule in place, treat others as you want to be treated. And if every doctor, you know, said, I'm going to treat you like I would treat my mom, my daughter, my auntie, my grandma, it would be a different world. And I think we would get to health equity, because right now we don't have it.
You've both also, I know, talked about in your work health literacy, and that sounds like it goes hand in hand with what you're talking about here, like the community. What do we know? What are we bringing to the table when we enter that room with the doctor? What does that phrase mean to you, and what kind of conversations can be happening in the home and in the medical setting that you think will make a difference that aren't happening now?
Actually, we were trying to think of a word the other day, and we didn't come up with one about. So we always talk about health illiteracy, especially for the Black community, because we don't talk about health. We don't talk about health at the kitchen table until Uncle Pookie gets his leg amputated, or Grandma Edith is in hospice and how'd that happen. And so we're trying to foster these communications with families and get them to understand her story and talk to their families. And so my daughter hates, I work for my daughter, you know, she's my boss, and she's 31, but she says, I hate the word health illiteracy because it makes it sound like it's our fault. And it's really not. It's just a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge about it. So we have very smart Black people who still don't know about health and talk about it. But we were trying to think of a word for what to call doctors, because if patients are health illiterate, doctors are also illiterate about patients. So I'm not sure what the word is yet. We haven't come up with one, but we're working on it.
Well, we could be health illiterate too, I think, you know, because for us, if we didn't learn it and we didn't study it or we didn't write it, it maybe doesn't exist. And a really good example of that are things like integrative therapies for cancer, right?
Yeah.
Many doctors just kind of say, okay, yeah, I'll send you to somebody or look up something online, or, you know, that doesn't really work without diving into perhaps the science of that also. But for me, when I hear statistics like 92% of Black women think that health and health awareness is important. 25% said that they know a little something about it, and only 17% said they're actually talking to their families
Acting
about
on the
it.
risk.
Right.
Acting on the breast
and so there's some conversations that need to happen at every level, and events like this are great for that. But really, like Ricky said, at the kitchen table, we need to start asking those questions, because it's not prying into the business, but we're as sick as the secrets that we keep.
Yeah,
and
we
those
have
secrets are keeping our families sick.
They're killing us. The secrets are killing us. We actually have a campaign for young women called For the Love of My Girls, GURLS, and we're educating young women 18 to 35 that do not have cancer to help them understand what they're up against in terms of risk, the risk of the disease, but also to know their history, to know their families, you know, what's going on. Talk to both grandmothers on both sides of the family. Talk to the dads on both sides of the family and understand what you're up against, because I don't have a genetic mutation, but I have 3 generations of breast cancer in my family, so my daughters are at risk. My oldest daughter is about to have a prophylactic mastectomy. She's looking for a plastic surgeon because now it's all about the boobs, not about cancer, thank God. But she's, you know, done having babies, and so that's her best way out of it.
You know, Dr. Gary, I think this question kind of goes with health literacy, and I think you're well positioned because you're the doctor in the room. So I feel like, as you said, like you might also know some secrets. And I ask this question as someone who is myself a breast cancer survivor who, you know, I was in this position where you're in a gown, you're in a room, you're struggling to find the language and the words, and what do you say knowing you need to advocate for yourself, but you just don't have the language to do it? What do you tell patients? How should we be speaking to doctors and nurses to make sure that we're getting what we need?
I think the first thing, even before the talking begins, is you should try to, as best as you can, bring someone with you. the data shows that when someone else is in the room, that encounter is going to last at least 30 seconds to 2 minutes longer. So you get more time to ask another question before that hand's on the doorknob. During COVID, we had to, the first question I asked, okay, who's important to you and who do we need to call? FaceTime, Zoom, how do we get somebody else in this conversation? And that has continued through now that COVID's over and we can bring folks back in, but bring someone with you. The second thing I think people can do is to ask that question, exactly what Ricky said. If I were your family member, your mother, your sister, your aunt, what would you do? The third question, if you have questions about or you're feeling like maybe I'm not getting the right standard or this doesn't sound right to me or I don't really want that chemotherapy, is, well, what is the actual guideline? Was there a rule? Is there a standard? And that doctor can explain the standard of care because you don't know. And you don't know what that's based on. You just think somebody's pulling out of a hat. You're going to get chemo, you're going to get surgery, you're going to get radiation. And it's like Burger King. You can, have it your way. But there's an actual science behind why it works. And so asking that question of, well, what do other people get? What's the standard? The fourth thing, I got one more thing is to say, how can we be sure? Because I hear young women over and over and over again get dismissed by their doctors. My youngest patient is 17. 17. And some doctor told her for years, oh, it's probably benign, and, common things common. Might have been. But the one question you can ask is, how can we be sure, and what should I look for at home? Is there some tests we can do? And it's a really great and non-threatening way of asking your doctor, can we just go a little further? And I think those are some really great tips. We partner together on some tips for people to ask their doctors. But there's a way to do it to remind a doctor that you're a person and not seem confrontational. But you got to write it down beforehand also.
Well, can I ask on the flip side, looking to the future and how we're training our doctors in medical school, can we be doing things differently there too?
Oh, absolutely. I piloted a program called The Patient as Visiting Professor, and Ricky was my first visiting professor.
I got to teach a med school class.
She taught a medical school class. And it's not just about her lived experience as the patient in an amphitheater full of future doctors. It's about what this disease has done to transform her life and to make that a transformative experience for others. There's something for us to learn from that. And so the opportunity for advocacy groups, I know there's a number of folks who have been on the panels earlier, to really partner with clinicians and healthcare providers to make sure that the education extends into the classroom and into the next generation of physicians. That opportunity is there, and they're quite hungry for it, actually. So there are ways to get involved in that work.
Yeah, we have an HBCU internship program. So we've had now 55 interns, pre-med, beautiful young women who are all very brilliant, and they're spending 10 weeks with us. We pay them. Thank you, Gilead, for that funding. And we help them understand the patient perspective before they even get to medical school. So we give them a perspective on what it's like to have cancer, to be in the dark, not knowing where to turn, what to do, and how to talk about it with their peers. And we have this presence on TikTok, which I couldn't even tell you what it looks like because I don't have a turn on TikTok. But they're basically doing self-exams on TikTok, and they're very proud of the fact that they're educating their peers and their families. And in 50 out of the 55 circumstances, we asked them to have a conversation and make a video with their mom or their grandma. It was the first time they ever talked to their mother about breast health.
Wow.
So they're very proud.
I know you are both interested in holistic approaches also. And so, Dr. Gary, for you as a breast surgeon, you have very discrete surgical tasks, right, in the operating room, but you are also thinking about these holistic approaches to breast health for women. Can you talk a little bit about your thoughts around changing healthcare approaches in conventional medicine?
We have to meet people where they are. And where we are is that we want treatments that are less toxic. We want to better understand how to live a life that's thriving through a cancer journey, right? Because everybody understands and has seen the toxicity, and the promise of precision medicine is that, we're going to find treatments that are less toxic. We need to make sure health equity is a part of that conversation, because we'll never get anything different if we aren't able to test on the people who get the most toxic therapies, like triple-negative breast cancer, for example. But the promise, I think, is also in precision wellness. Right, and embracing that for people, and being able to, even as a clinician, to discuss things like nutrition, right? And how food can be medicine. So I have this 40-acre farm, as you know, in Pennsylvania, and we do a lot of those conversations where we help patients to understand through their treatment into their survivorship how to change their life, because the questions they ask, am I going to die? Do I need chemo? And then what can I eat? What can I do to change my life and to help my family live a healthier life so that this doesn't happen to them? And as physicians, we can't afford to be tone deaf anymore, because when we tune patients out about that question, they tune us out about toxic therapies, because there's no meeting in the middle. And so I think that we have a lot of education to do, but it's a great opportunity to not just educate patients and survivors, but also educate clinicians on things like integrative oncology and what that means and how it can help people get through treatments better, stay on clinical trials longer, and just live a healthier life.
Yeah, just have a healthier life. You know, we all want to eat the fried chicken and the mac and cheese every day, but it's really just teaching people how to eat healthy and exercise and do the basic things that we need to do to stay healthy regardless of cancer.
You both obviously work together out, here on the stage, out in the world. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the importance of community around this particular issue of breast cancer and breast care and breast survival, and how important it is to you and for others to find community.
It's critical. I mean, we've done now 60 events in the community in the last 52 weeks. I don't sleep in my bed a lot because I believe it's important to be with women where they are. And so my daughter and I and our team, we have a team of about 40 breasties that work with us, and we are at every event that we can go to doing BEXA scanning. We've now scanned about 1,000 women since July with BEXA scan, younger women that are too young for mammograms. But it's so important to build this community of breasties, of people to understand what we're dealing with. It's a different disease for us, and especially for triple negative. Triple negative, the funky thing about it is that we're the only breast cancer subtype that doesn't have a drug to prevent recurrence. And so it makes us even more special. So we try to nurture each other and build this base of friendship and love that goes along with the science. It's so important.
We have just a couple minutes left, so I wanted to see if we could go. If there are questions in the audience.
Hi, thank you. I'm really honored to be here and to be able to say this. I've just published a book about my own encounter with lymphoma, and in the course of doing research, I learned a lot about hair dye. I stopped dyeing my hair 2 years before I got lymphoma, but there was a 2019 study, an NIH study of 45,000 women on hair dye, and they found that, and which I urge everyone to look at, they found that women who used hair relaxers had almost twice as much cancer as women who just used regular hair dye or no hair dye. And given the prevalence of this in the Black community, I wonder whether that's part of the conversation that you're having with people. But I talk about this in my book, how that study and everything the American Cancer Society says about hair dye on their website is not well known. And the media doesn't cover it because we all love our hair dye. And people don't want to talk about it because we all love our hair dye. And I urge you and everyone here to look into hair dye and hair relaxers as a really serious issue in cancer. And there are very mixed studies about it, but some of them are very definitive. And I just want to pass that on to you.
There was a 2023 study, actually, that just came out. I did some commentary for the Wall Street Journal looking at several years, I think from 2020 through 2019 or so, Black women in hair relaxers. And what they found was that because of the chemicals, the formaldehyde and other things in the relaxers, they're what's called endocrine disruptors. Right. And so whenever the hormones are impacted, now the uterus, there's an increase for uterine and cervical and breast cancer and other things. And those numbers were somewhat small, and they tried to parse out, well, how many times a year did you get that hair relaxer? But let me blow your mind and take it a little bit further and say that if we're going to tell people that a product doesn't work for them, where's the innovation and the support for products that do work for them. And so we have to look beyond just saying, you know what, this is toxic for people, to making sure there are opportunities for us to create products that aren't toxic for people. And those spaces and that funding for Black and brown women who are inventors and researchers and wanting to develop products that are safe and healthy, that funding has really dried up in the innovation space. But you're absolutely right. There's a great website called the Environmental Working Group, EWG.org, where you can scan the barcode of any product and you can see, are there carcinogens in those products? And we need to talk more about that because there are environmental factors. You're absolutely right, and things that we've been using every day that contribute to cancer risk, and we need to better quantify that risk so that we can see who's getting the right screening even. You know, we had a Moonshot conversation, and it was all about guidelines. But who's at high risk? And are we identifying those people? And can we figure out what our level of risk is and maybe try to minimize it in places? So I really applaud that book, and I hope I get the title of it so that I can read it and put it on my social media.
Ricky and Dr. Gary, there's obviously so much for us to talk about because we're just like going over time here. And I really appreciate both of you. This conversation is so important and needs to keep going. And thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, my breastie.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
To discuss prevention and advancements in early detection, please welcome Gary Puckrin, President and CEO at the National Minority Quality Forum, Lisa C. Richardson, Director of the Division of Cancer Prevention and Control at the CDC, and Michael Sapienza, CEO of the Colorectal Cancer Alliance. Back to lead the conversation is Atlantic Live's Gene Meserve.
It's more comfy on this.
Yes. She said it's too comfortable. She said that.
So cancer is, as you all know, the leading cause of death worldwide, and the only way to really bring down the number is through better detection and through prevention. We've heard a lot about new technologies today. We've heard about new screening technologies. There are even vaccines for some cancers. There are all kinds of new diagnostics and treatments. How excited are you guys about the prospects for really making a dent in the problem? Why don't I start with you?
So I'm incredibly excited about the moment that we're in. I think about this as we're starting to write the last chapter on the war on cancer. I look at the liquid biopsies, the multi-cancer early detection screenings. They're incredible. The new immune therapies, incredible. We're going to get smarter. I think the big challenge that sits in front of us is really public policy. Public policy is not keeping pace with the technology and the new capacity that we have. And this is where you out there in the audience, stream, have an incredibly important role to play because public policy is not going to get changed without you. And so you have a really incredible role to play, and hopefully we'll talk a little bit about that more.
Oh, we will get into that. But first, excited?
So I'm excited about everything oncology. So I'm a medical oncologist by training. When I went to the Centers for Disease Control, people were like, what is that about? Not treating cancer? And I think what I'm going to go old school, and what I'm excited about is the newer ways to present information to patients or to the public, how to talk in more plain language in ways that people can understand, and also to just bring it home that it is about, we heard this several times on the survivor panel at lunch, to bring it home that it's all about you and how can we assist you in taking better care or taking care of yourself and your family.
Michael, are you also an optimist?
Yeah, I am an optimist. You know, I think I agree with both of you around the public policy and obviously communications. But I also think it's how do we actually then create the change, right? And I think we've seen a lot of this even just over the last couple of years in health equity and the concentration on access for patients. So I think just the fact that we're having those conversations and we're having them a lot more and really looking at the solutions, especially those that have been grounded in science, is really exciting.
So some of these things that you have mentioned and have been explored here today are expensive. They aren't accessible to everybody. Is there a possibility that they actually increase the inequities?
So the answer is absolutely yes. I'll give you a very precise example. There is a multi-cancer early detection screening that's in the marketplace right now. If you got $900, you can get it. It will test you for 50 different cancers, find them at stage 1 and 2. They're not available to poor communities. And so what's about to happen is that the affluent will get their cancers diagnosed at stage 1 and 2 when they're highly treatable, and poor people will live with metastasized cancer.
The only thing I would just say is I don't disagree with some of that. I just think how do we look not just this year, next year, but in the years to come. So let's say the next 2-3 years, how many more of these blood tests, maybe not all cancers, but specific cancers like colorectal, et cetera, can we have, and how much more sensitive and specific can these tests become? And if, in fact, they are blood tests, the one thing I would say about access is we can bring them to those patients. So if you think about barriers to screening, especially barriers to prevention, et cetera, it is often transportation, time off work, et cetera. And yes, right now, you're absolutely right. You know, the tests that are out there right now, it's rich people's medicine. But I do think in the next couple of years, hopefully, we would be able to reduce some of those barriers.
So I just want to add something really quickly. In our division, one of our guiding principles is to begin with the end in mind. I think Jamie said that multiple times at lunchtime. How can we build in these things that will make it more equitable in the future? To your point, 5 to 10 years from now, that we aren't lagging behind. There's certain groups who can't get the care that they need. Because these drugs, you know, as I said, as an oncologist, these drugs are amazing if you are going to respond and if you can afford it. And so how can we get it to everyone who needs that?
Lisa, I want to talk for a bit more about screening, which is available for many cancers, but a lot of people do not get screened. What is the CDC doing to try and reach those people?
So we're developing a ton of new resources. So one of the things as well is what is the language that we're speaking to the public? What we did in a study where we looked at breast cancer screening, what we learned was everybody, the message resonates with everyone the same. It's just what does it look like? How creative are we going to be using the language of the community? One study in particular that we're doing that we based on a Kaiser study is something called boot camp translation. So you take the messages to the public and they help you develop the messages, and then you re-deliver it back to the community. I think that's where we lost. I think that's where we've lost it over time. We're talking to ourselves, is what I believe. So at CDC, we're trying to get back into the community, talking to people who actually need the services that we recommend for them.
Gary, you're working on something called the Stage Shifting Initiative. Explain what that is.
So, because of public policy, we have communities around the country that have been exposed to carcinogens. Flint, Michigan, Cancer Alley in New Orleans, Houston, Texas, Missouri, Jackson, Mississippi. Those same communities are also not getting advanced medical care. We call them medically underserved cancer care communities. So what my organization wants to do with these communities is to stage shift them, because when you go look at the data, what you see is they get diagnosed for cancer late, their survival rates are poor, they're not in the clinical trials. You go into those communities and they have deep concerns about cancer. So we want to use those MSITs, those multi cancer early detection as a surveillance tool. Because what we want to try to do by surveilling them, meaning thousands of people at one time that we want to test, hopefully we can find them at stage 1 and 2. That's part of the work that we're doing under the Cancer Moonshot that you heard earlier this morning about. And so that's our contribution to the Cancer Moonshot, is to stage shift these communities from late-stage diagnosis of cancer to early-stage diagnosis.
But only those select communities, for now.
For now, because it's a clinical study, because these MSIDs are not available, they're not reimbursed by Medicare, they're not reimbursed by Medicaid, and so we need good science to go back to Medicare and Medicaid and say, yes, you could use these tools, here's what it costs, because we're also going to collect the cost data, here's what's going to cost to actually surveil these populations.
Has this effort started already?
Oh, yeah, we're in full throw for that. We created a report to the White House to explain how we want to do this technology, and we're asking for all kinds of volunteers, because sometimes in this country we don't get together to do big things. This is a big thing, because this will help us understand how to bring the Cancer Moonshot to community. Because at the end of the day, the moonshot has got to happen in every American neighborhood, and that's what we're working on.
Michael, what's Blue HQ?
Blue HQ is a first of its kind, personalized treatment portal, I guess is what we would say. So really, you know, if a patient's diagnosed and they go to any advocacy organization, including the CDC or the Colorectal Cancer Alliance, et cetera, you know, they look for services, you know, to be empowered, et cetera, biomarker information, screening information. But it's often hard to find all of that information, right? There's a million things you need to know. Well, the whole point of Blue HQ, one, is a one-stop shop for everything, from screening to clinical trials to biomarker to what we call psychosocial support to financial support to community, right? And then the second is once we have their information, we utilize AI to make sure that we are giving that patient or that caregiver or that family only information that is pertinent to them.
You trust the AI to do that. We had a long discussion about this earlier.
100%. Why? It's because it's not super complex, right? If someone has a KRAS mutation or a BRAF mutation, or they are talking in a community forum about X, Y, and Z, we're not talking super complex, you know, data sets. It's pretty simple AI.
So I just wanted to add on to what the two gentlemen said about, you know, policy, finding resources. The community really is, as the public health person here, the community really is where the solutions are. There's something called positive deviance. There's like places where you would expect people not to do as well, who do better than the average, and they also do better, and whites and blacks do the same. The example I know the best is breast cancer. So there are lessons to be learned in communities where you can go in and say, why is that community different? Why is everybody doing well? Why are black women doing better than, you know, others? And so that to me, again, based on what you just said, the resources have to be there, obviously, to get the person treated. But there's a lot of things that go on in the community that are really invisible to us, and it would behoove us to go find out why people are doing well in some places and not others.
So two things I hear about when we're talking about screening. Fear.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
People don't really want to know sometimes.
Yes.
And two, confusion, because guidelines change.
Yes.
How profound are those problems?
I would add a third one to it, which is financial toxicity. Because if you get diagnosed, then the finances kick in. And in the communities that we work in, we hear from people that they don't want to know because of the financial implications of it. And that is part of the reason why we have a collective responsibility to make sure that when someone has cancer, that they get the care that they need. We already do that for end-stage renal disease. I mean, if you come down with end-stage renal disease, there are resources there to take care of you. We do that with ALS. We can do that with cancer. We can make sure that everyone who has cancer has access to best modern therapy and not having to deal with the financial toxicity.
Lisa, you mentioned communications.
Right.
We have not cracked that one. people have not heard the messages about smoking, about eating better, about getting exercise, all of those things that can help prevent cancer. Why? And do you see any way to crack that code?
So a lot of it, again, is what is priority for people in their lives, right? Quite a bit of the socioeconomic status, social determinants of health factors out there. The cancer screening may not be a priority. What you said as well is, what is the confusion around this group has this recommendation, this group has that recommendation, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, straighten out the red wine recommendation.
Well, I can't do that, but I will say that, so it really is, and also speaking in language that people can understand. Like, why would I go get a colonoscopy, to your point, if you're going to find cancer, then what am I going to do about it? Well, the truth is, almost every single screening test we do does not find cancer. So how do we flip it into a wellness test instead of a disease test? It really is about how do we talk about what it is we need people to do. But the vast majority of screening tests for every cancer that is recommended for does not find cancer. But we're looking for it because we don't want you to have cancer. We don't want it to be late stage. So.
Yeah, I think one of the other things about communication is, so we did this campaign last year called Lead From Behind with Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. And I think what we often don't do, yes, we look at, things that are proven, but what we don't do is look at the cultural relevancy and the timing of that. So we launched this campaign last September. There was a 36% increase in the number of colonoscopies that were booked in the month after, according to ZocDoc and Axios. Right. So making sure, again, not only that we have big celebrities doing it, because yes, that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work, but that we have the right cultural moment, right, the right messaging. And then the other thing I would just say, if you look at colorectal cancer, right, we changed the screen age to 45. Right. Most people do not know that, right? And right now it's about a 20 to 25% screening rate from 45 to 49. So how do we then, as you guys are saying, get into the community and making sure that there are real people, that they look like you, they act like you, they're in places that you go, get the information out?
Are you finding it harder to get the cancer message across because of the anti-science sentiment that has swept some portions of the nation?
The communities that we've been working in, there is a deep, deep fear of cancer because their families have experienced cancer, their neighbors have experienced cancer, the cancers are more aggressive, people come down with multiple kinds of cancers, because we're talking about communities that have been exposed to carcinogens, right? And so what they fear is the absence of help. That's what they're complaining about. They're complaining about no one has come into those communities and helped. So I have to do this because I come from Washington. There is a bill, H.R. 2407. H.R. 2407. It is to begin the conversation about spending for these multi-cancer early detection. I encourage you, all of the cancer groups have basically signed on to it. 60% of Congress has signed on to it. But we're in this crazy political moment where they need a little encouragement. So I ask you to send a note to your legislator to encourage that, because those communities need that technology. We have to get them screened as quickly as possible. So here's a way that you could help.
Science, anti-science, are you seeing it, feeling it, hearing it?
Well, in some ways, we've sort of dealt with this at CDC for quite some time. Every time a new recommendation comes out, we get the wave back, like, what about this? What about that? Why didn't you include this age group? And it really is about being as clear as we possibly can be about why should you be screened? What is the evidence? But also to speak to the follow-up, that when we're confused, and we did a study on this, when breast cancer screening prevalence dropped, we did a study, and one of the main outcomes was people said, well, if the experts don't agree, what am I supposed to do, right? And so that might be one of the solutions as well. I think we've worked on this some, but, for all of us to get together and come up with a recommendation that makes sense for everyone.
What I say is, if you don't do it for yourself, do it for your family. My mom was 56 years old when she died of colorectal cancer. She never had her colon cancer screening, and there's no arguing with that, period, right? So I think it's really important that we use emotion in our communications. We use things that every single American has. They have moms, they have dads, they have sisters, they have brothers, they have kids, etc., and that can be very, very compelling.
So I want to flip a little bit. I'm a physician, so I'm talking about myself. We don't recommend screening to everyone. We heard that earlier. So so the next prong is sort of to go with, talking with providers and helping them with tools where they ask. One of the things that we've done in our colon cancer control program at CDC is we've instituted systems changes, how the health system actually works, so that you're not depending upon the frail mind of Lisa, Dr. Richardson, to remember that you need something. The records will pop up a reminder to your provider, and that is still the most powerful predictor of people getting screened, is that my healthcare provider recommended that I do it, and so here I am. So again, we got to work on both sides of the equation.
Oh, we're going to take your questions in just a minute, but before we do, policy. You said there had to be policy changes. What policy changes?
So, depending on where you get your health insurance, tells you a lot about what care you're going to get, right? So personally, if I had to deal with cancer, I wouldn't want to be in a Medicaid program. I'm sorry, but I don't think you want to do that, right?
And that's the only option for a lot of people.
105 million Americans, 1/3 of the U.S. population, is Medicaid eligible. During the pandemic, 90 million Americans were getting their health insurance through the Medicaid program, right? And so collectively, we have a responsibility to each other to make sure that when you're in a public health insurance program, you have access to best modern therapy. Yeah. That's stuff that we do together. You know what I always say? You always know what health care you want, but what we're really arguing about is what health care should I give my neighbor? That's the problem. It's my neighbor's health care that I don't want to pay for. What I'm saying to you is they're the same thing. They're exactly the same thing. And that's the public policy changes that we need to think about.
Policy changes from either of you? Suggestions?
What he just said is actually profound. One of the things that we do in our screening program for uninsured women, based on some movements by Congress way back in the day, is that if you're screened through our program for women who don't have health insurance and you're poor, the treatment is mandated through Medicaid, given the problems that you discussed. But I still think, again, there's an opportunity for training and learning in the system as to what people should be getting to make sure that they get it. As you said, a community group, effort, not just one place.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say about from a policy perspective is, again, what Gary was saying at the beginning, which is that our government hasn't necessarily caught up to our technology, et cetera. And we need policy changes and the right people that make these decisions. We were talking about this earlier, the United States Preventative Services Task Force. They're amazing people, awesome group, way underfunded, and they're helping make recommendations for almost every single person in this country, whether it's cancer or other diseases. So why is their budget only $12 million? Right? And so that's a huge, huge thing that we probably could change very easily.
We do have a question here. Go right ahead.
Hi, kind of a comment. Appreciate all of the intelligence in the room and the will to keep people healthy. As a physician for practicing for 35 plus years, I'm in the business of upstream thinking and trying to promote health, which doesn't seem to be aligned with our general healthcare system in general. I consider myself a public health advocate. The science is clear. 80% of chronic diseases can be prevented with lifestyle changes, simple things, not expensive, whole food, plant-based diet, exercise, lack of alcohol, sleep.
I do exercise.
Sleep, stress. Once we start aligning our will with the funding and having an upstream approach, things will get much better. We have the science, we have the evidence, we just have to start thinking like that.
Let me ask you,
Yes.
if your patients heed that advice.
Absolutely. My secret sauce is, though, I spend more time with patients because I have to actually have the conversations. My dad asked me the same thing. How many people become vegetarians? How many people, with an authority, with science, somebody having an actual conversation with a patient? This, respectfully, this is not going to be done through AI or the latest biotech. This is messy, on the ground, regular conversations that are evidence-based, and that is the only way, and I'm old enough to say so, that we can really make changes in our healthcare system and actually take care of people, which is what I think we all want to do.
Michael?
Yeah, the only thing that I would say, yes, I completely agree, but I can't tell you how many marathon running, cardboard eating people I have met that have been diagnosed with cancer, meaning that 60% of them are sporadic, right? So yeah, do I believe, especially for the young onset and the increase in young onset colorectal cancer, that diet, lifestyle, exercise, alcohol, et cetera, plays a role? But I also think there has to be a role for prevention, right? We've got to get people, exactly what you're saying, get screened, right?
You can do both.
I don't disagree.
It comes back to that communications issue. This isn't rocket science, and we've been hearing it for decades.
But here's the practical reality now. When you go into underserved communities, what you see is the clinician has a patient panel of 5,000 or 6,000 people, right? No way they're having that conversation. They got 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. And the system is designed to do that, right? And that's what I'm talking about. We set up the public policy to fail because we don't have the resources and capabilities in those communities to have the conversation that you're talking about.
So we're almost out of time. I want to ask all of you for your number one recommendation on what could be done to change the cancer picture that we see now. And you can make it about policy, you can make it about patients, you can make it about physicians, your choice. Lisa, you want to go first?
Sure, I'm gonna start because I wanted to add on to what you just said. It is messy, and I believe the thing that will work the best is the personal touch. We can go all that technology till you know what freezes over, right? But people still want to talk. You want to talk to your patients, but that's what I think it is. It's old school. We just have to remember, and also it's one person at a time. I'm a stats person, but when I was, a fellow, I got one guy to quit smoking. I was over the moon flipping around in the hallways, right? That's one less person who might get lung cancer. It wasn't 50% of all veterans I saw in my clinic. So it's just it's the personal touch, I believe.
Number one?
Yeah, for me with colorectal cancer, it's what we call risk stratification. So if you have a family history, you need to get a colonoscopy. If you don't necessarily have a family history, you don't necessarily need to get a colonoscopy. And so how do we do a better job of determining risk, knowing family history, et cetera, so the right people get screened with the right test at the right time?
Gary, last word?
I believe deeply in the cancer moonshot. Probably for me, the most important component of the cancer moonshot is the collaboration, that all of us working together can actually bring cancer under control. I think that is probably the deepest message I can give you. It is a matter of public will. What we think about is when Kennedy was asked, why did he want to go to the moon? His answer was an unwillingness to, I've forgotten the last word of it, unwillingness to postpone, right? That's what we have to have with cancer. We have to have an unwillingness to postpone, the sense of the immediate, that we could do this right now in every American community. That's what I take away from the Cancer Moonshot.
And that's the perfect note to end on. Thank you all. Appreciate it. And thank you too.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Thank you to all our speakers and everyone at the Atlantic that contributed, and thank you to all of you for joining us and all of those online who watched. I'd also like to thank our underwriters, Foundation Medicine, Gilead, Pfizer, and PhRMA for supporting the Atlantic's journalism. We have one parting ask of you, and that is to share your feedback on this experience and what you'd want from future Atlantic events. We're sending a 2-minute digital survey to your inbox and request that you share your reactions while they are fresh in your minds. Our team uses this information to design experience just for you, and your feedback is greatly appreciated. Thank you again. Please get home safely.